if you have additional evidence, provide it to the auditors.
Yes, Honorable Chair, we have additional evidence,
okay.
So we'll provide to them.
That's fine. All right, the next one is on it's about Department of Urban Roads, Greater Accra Region. Unaccounted revenue, 333,851 Ghana cedis. So the auditors noted that the accountants and account staff of the department collected revenue totaling 333,851 for the period January 2020 to March 2022, but failed to account for it. The recommendation is that Chief Director should recover the money from the accountant and the accounts officer and pay same to the Auditor General Recovery account at the Bank of Ghana. Chief Director, have you been able to recover the money?
No, Honorable Chair. When the issue was brought to our attention, the Honorable Minister did direct that this issue should be reported straight to the police. So in May 2022, the issue was reported to the Ministry's police station. And then he was asked to do make a statement, and he was arrested and granted bail. Subsequently, the Economic and Organized Crime, that's YOCO, so got interested in the case. We have reported, giving all the full facts of the case to YOCO, who are also investigating the same. We've also reported the issue to his employers, that is the Controller and Accountant General's Department, who are also undertaking their disciplinary action. So as far as the ministry is concerned, the minister directed that one case be reported to the police, who are investigating it as a criminal matter. The YOCO has also taken interest in the case, and they are also investigating, just as we've also reported the issue to his main employers, that's the Controller and Accountant General's Department. So that is where the case is.
Have you been in contact with YOCO and know the stage they have reached?
Yes, yes, Honorable Chair. They are investigating. They are inviting various witnesses to assist them with the investigations. Honorable Chair.
Auditors, are you aware that the case is before YOCO?
Honorable Chair, we are aware.
All right, so this is one of the law enforcement agencies that is handling the case. So I think that we should allow the case to run. And then at the end, whatever decision the YOCO reach should apply.
Thank you, Honor.
Next one, paragraph 896, Honorable Yusuf.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman, I think the infraction is also the same accountant and the same account officer involved in the second infraction. And so what Chairman said, I think that's what we'll go by. But I just want to find out, is the officer still at post? The two officers, are they still at post?
Honorable Chair, as far as we are concerned, we know that the Controller and Accountant General's Department has interdicted them, so they are not at post.
Again, let me find out. You have reported this case to the police and to YOCO. Are you following up? And when was the last time you checked with YOCO? Because you don't report it and just leave it there. You should show interest.
As at last week, I do remember that the Director, Department of Urban Rules, made contacts with the police, and the understanding is that they're investigating the case. With YOCO, all the officers that have been mentioned in the case, they are assisting the Greater Accra Regional Office of YOCO in the investigations. And as at last week, I also know that they are going in there for witness statements, and various investigations have been going. So we have been in contact with them, and the cases are under investigations.
Chairman, I think I would defer to you, but I do agree with you with your earlier recommendation. This is purely an issue that will have to allow state agencies to investigate it very well so that we'll get to the bottom of it. And so your recommendation, I think I agree, except to say that we also have to monitor and then follow up so that we can be sure that the culprits are dealt with. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. We'll be interested in the case, and we want to know how the case ran. The next one, paragraph 899.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Minister.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I associate myself with my honorable colleague. These are serious matters. Matters of embezzlement in any organization is a serious matter. That is why in my ministry I have given a standing instruction that anything that borders on criminality must first be reported, to the police and the appropriate investigative agencies. Of course, we have to wait till we get the outcome of it before we proceed to prosecution. But one, I would want respectfully to urge the police and investigative agencies to speed up work as much as is practicable. And that, Mr. Chairman, there is a problem that I personally have when it comes to such matters with the civil service. As we go along, you will see that one name is running through all these criminal activities, the Osman person. And initially, he was transferred. And of course, they are the staff of the accountant general. When it happens like that in the civil service, the people are transferred. I only hope that now they are on interdiction, because I do not see why somebody being accused of alleged embezzlement should be transferred from one organization into another. It doesn't make sense one bit, in our system. I am only hoping that they are on interdiction, and I wish that as we go along, Ghana civil service is touted to be one of the best, and we are proud to hear that all the time. But when it comes to such matters, they must reform, their modus operandi and the way they operate in these matters. That when such matters come up, they must deal with it, seriously. That is why the private sector is strong, because you can't embezzle in the private sector and be given the second opportunity. So this question of people being transferred in the civil service and the public service, after being accused of criminal activities, should cease in the service.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think that you made a very good point. And let's allow the law to take its full course. Paragraph 899, Honorable Akwesi Konedu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this has to do with some unjustifiable payment in terms of fuel in the Greater Accra Regional Office of the Urban Roads. It has to do with an amount of 7,950 Ghana cedis that were paid to various staffs as fuel allowance, which the auditors have flagged and have recommended that this amount be recovered at the prevailing bank rate of interest on the amount from the acting regional director. We would like to know the status of this recovery. Has this amount been recovered with interest?
Honorable Chair, is the same person and is the same position as far as the report is concerned. It's all under investigations.
Mr. Chairman, under investigation, the same person. And I believe if it's with Yoko, I think, Mr. Chair, on my part, we should flag that and follow it up with Yoko and make sure that at least these recoveries are made. And that caveat is put in our report, such that it doesn't end with our report, that we continuously follow that and make sure that, just as the minister has said, it doesn't stand to reason that somebody embezzles money in one office and transferred to another office. If it's under investigation with Yoko, this time around we are going to follow to the logical conclusion and find that this person is sanctioned appropriately, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I think the remaining 3 issues are all involving the same guys. So it will be a waste of time if we should be going over it again. But what we should do is that we will request a report from Yoko, how far they have gone with the work, so that we can include it in our reports and also make our recommendation on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to assure this honorable committee that my ministry is closely following on these issues with Yoko, with an eagle's eye. And whatever happens, we shall inform the auditors and then inform this honorable committee. And it's something that the ministry is concerned about. We are worried about it, and I am personally disturbed about such activities. So I want to assure you, Honorable Chairman, that we do follow up regularly on these matters, and we will continue to do that until we come to the finality of this issue and the appropriate sanctions applied. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That'll be all for the ministry. The same person. So, and that's the element up to now 9. Yes. So, honorable members, honorable minister, you are discharged.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Let's have GBC.
Give to them for me.
Do we have GBC here? Okay. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Amin Al Hassan, the Director General, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation.
My name is Engineer Yamson, Deputy Director General.
Francis Anava, Director of Finance.
Yeah, let's have the introduction of members.
We've done that, but we'll repeat. Amin Al Hassan, Director General, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation.
Hey, I didn't hear you. Oh, okay.
Engineer Yamson, Deputy Director General.
Okay.
Francis Anava, Director of Finance.
All right, you're welcome. You have only one issue in the report. It's on ineligible payment of housing allowance. Now, the auditors have noted that 146 officers of the corporation were paid housing allowance totaling 271,795.92 pesos between January 2020 and March 2022, even though this officer had been allotted official accommodation. The recommendation is that the Director General should ensure that the Director of Finance recovers the money from the officers involved. Have you been able to recover this amount?
Thank you, Chairman. We have written to the Controller and Accountant General Department, which pay these monies to recover them. And we have evidence of our communication to the Accountant General.
Do you have any evidence if the Controller has started deduction?
Yes, the first evidence was that they had to stop the payments. And we saw the evidence that they had stopped the payments. Then the second letter went that they should recover. And we have seen evidence of recoveries in some of the pay slips of the staff.
And have you computed how much so far has been recovered?
We are not immediately able to do that. But when the exercise is complete, we will ask Controller to show us evidence of the total.
Auditors, are you aware of the stoppage of the deduction, the allowance payments, and then evidence of recovery, the part recovery of the amounts?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, we are aware of the letter for the stoppage. We have a copy. Then the input was done, but some of them didn't go through, others went through, which we are aware.
All right, so I think that the Director of Finance should monitor this and then give us an update. Give us an update how much so far has been recovered and the amount outstanding. And then you ensure that the recovery is fully made. All right, so these updates, now that you are going to recover from Controller, it will take some few days. So maybe in 2 weeks' time, you should be able to give us an update. All right, so that'll be all for you, your discharge.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's have PRAAD. Public Records and Archives Administration Department. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Josiah Ochirijiba, Principal Records Officer. Okay. Abraham Malute, the Principal Record Officer with PRAAD.
Comfort Sewa Bunsu, Accountant, PRAAD.
Okay, you have one issue, paragraph 1109, Honorable Ajay Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PRAAD, your case is unpresented payment vouchers amounting to 26,999. And it relates to payments which were made on 6 payment vouchers. But you failed to present those vouchers for audit examination. So the auditors, in the absence of the supporting documents, are asking you to recover that amount. Has it been recovered?
Honorable Chair, the vouchers have been submitted and reconciled with the auditors. Yeah.
So the auditors are aware of it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, audit. They are saying that they have sorted out, they have cleared those vouchers with you.
Honorable Chair, the outstanding unpresented PVs have all been submitted and we have verified them. Thank you.
Chairman, that will be all for me. Thank you.
PRAAD, your discharge.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's have National Identification Authority. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Most respectfully, Mr. Chairman, my name is Kenneth Ajiman Atefa. I'm the Executive Secretary of the National Identification Authority.
Yes, my name is Reverend Dr. Sebastian Babazuma, Director of Finance, NI.
Martha Kase Fasuranti, Deputy Head of Finance, NI.
Thank you very much for coming. You have one issue, paragraph 1126, is about that is avoidable penalty payments. The auditors noted that due to late transfer of deductions of staff social security contributions to the Social Security and National Insurance Trust, SNIT, the authority paid an amount of 98,760.20 as penalty to SNIT. We recommended that the Chief Director should ensure that the penalty paid amounting to 98,760 is recovered from the Chief Executive Officer and the Financial Controller, and same paid into the Auditor General Recovery account. Let me find out from you first. Is your salary paid by controller or you are self-accounting body?
Mr. Chairman, most respectfully, our salaries are paid by controller.
So, who delays the payment of the deductions for Social Security? Who delayed that payment to SNIT?
Mr. Chairman, just a little clarification in further answer to the earlier question. We have two classes of employees. The permanent staff, they are paid by the controller. And given the nature of our work in support of mass registration and other special registration activities, we periodically engage contract or temporary staff, and those we pay ourselves. The payment in issue here arose from payments by the controller and accountant, payments for the contract staff by NIA.
So this one is for the non-permanent staff?
Yes, please, Mr.
Which
Chairman.
you decided to do the deduction and kept it?
Mr. Chairman, not exactly so. Mr. Chairman, the payment of the penalty arose from a delay in the release of funds. And this had resulted in the authority's inability to promptly pay SNIT the contributions on behalf of the temporary staff from whom the deductions had been made. The authority was owing the salaries of temporary staff from January to March of 2022. The first quarter funds were only released in fact, on the 19th of April 2022. And the settlement of the salary was promptly made. It was prioritized because the staff were already agitating in the field, not having been paid for 3 months. And therefore, we prioritized the payment of their wages. There were insufficient funds to fully cater for their salaries, for the expenditure of the stated salaries, as well as the SNIT contribution. So we prioritized their payments, and as soon as we received funds, which was the following month in May, we fully retired or paid off our obligations to SNIT, sir.
Yeah, so when you're paying somebody's salary, at the time you are paying the salary, you do the deduction and pay the deduction too as well. But in this case, you pay the salary, you didn't pay the SNIT deduction to SNIT. That is why they flag it. That is why you paid penalty. So it is the fault of your office not to remit the deduction to SNIT at the time that salaries were paid. So you are required to refund that money from the chief executive. Have you recovered the money from the chief executive?
Mr. Chairman, I'm the chief executive. And
yeah, so have you recovered the money from yourself?
No, sir. No, sir, Mr. Chairman. At the time of making the payments, we were not in the position to make the deductions. There were insufficient funds. So we used the funds available to pay the staff. And as soon as we had funds, we made the payment to SNIT.
That is not how it is done. You can't use that as an excuse. There is no sufficient fund to anybody. If you want to use that, then it means that SNIT will be there without getting any money. Don't forget that these go to the credit of the employees. And the law says that if you delay in remitting the money, you pay penalty. And you have paid the penalty. When did you get the money to pay the penalty? You don't have sufficient money. Now you have money to pay penalty.
Mr. Chairman, funds were released from the Controller Accountant General's department.
Yeah, but it's not meant to pay penalty. That money is for something else.
Mr. Chairman, the penalty itself arose from the lack of funds to pay the salaries. We didn't have the money to pay the salaries. So there was a delay, Mr. Chairman. And there were agitations in the field. And this was at a time when there was so much pressure on NIA with the SIM card re-registration situation. And we had set up additional registration centers all over the place, at the sports stadia and the rest, in order to cope with that pressure, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, Director. SNIT contributions are taken from salaries that you have paid. So I don't understand when you say there were no funds to pay there. You have already paid the salary. That's why they are due. So if you have not gotten funds to pay the salaries, these SNIT contributions will not be due. And so I don't get your explanation.
The SNIT contributions, when we are paying salaries, we have different checks to the various banks for the salaries, and we have different check to SNIT. So that is where we can prioritize. We have different check. So the SNIT deductions, when we prepare the PVs, we do deductions. And when we do deductions, we have different check to the banks to pay the staff, and we have a different check to SNIT. So from one PV...
The law is that when you pay your staff,
15
days after paying the staff, you not 14 days, you pay that to the SNIT. So if you say, what do you mean by you prioritize? No, you have paid the staff, you are supposed to have made a deduction. So if you don't pay within 14 days, you have broken the law. And I don't understand if you say you are prioritizing, you didn't have funds and all that. So please, let me finish. So please.
It is the late release of the funds. When the funds were released.
But you were able to pay the staff.
Yeah, that was enough to pay.
So when you pay the staff, you take his SNIT deduction and put it somewhere. That is how it is. If you have not paid them because you didn't have funds, that will make sense to me. But you have paid them. And therefore, the deduction should be available and paid to SNIT. It's no excuse for anybody not to pay SNIT because it's all of it. That is our money.
Sir,
and we should not pay at our convenience or whatever.
No, it's not convenience. If you have, for example, if you have 100 Ghana at the bank and you are supposed to pay staff, and the 100 Ghana plus SNIT, plus SNIT payment is 120, you know that you can prepare a PV of 120 Ghana. But the check for payment of the staff...
I don't accept your explanation.
That is exactly...
I don't. You are breaking the law. As simple as that.
So it means that...
You are breaking the law.
It means we should have waited and gotten all money before we prepare. But the staff were agitating.
So you don't use SNIT money to pay your staff. We don't do that. It's not right. You are breaking the law.
No,
and you see...
We didn't use SNIT money.
Please.
The money was not there.
You are not arguing with me. Hold on.
Okay.
The additional money that you used to pay the penalty, where was it from?
It was further money released.
For what?
From Consular.
For payment of salaries.
for our goods and services.
And you diverted the goods and services to go and
no,
pay, to go and pay SNID contribution. That is another problem.
The casual workers that we engage. It was casual workers that we engage.
Thank you. Yes, please, just for clarification, was the payment for a month or a quarter? Because the reason why I'm asking this is that you may have had enough money to pay for a month and the SNID contribution, or is it that you paid for 3 months of their salary at a go? Can you help me on that one? Because then your argument becomes a bit flawed. If you paid them for 3 months, waiting to pay the SNID in bulk. So help me on that one, please.
Mr. Chairman, for NIA, every quarter we outline the activities we're supposed to carry out during the quarter. Based on those activities,
if you can answer the question and explain. Yes,
it was
no,
3 months.
Yourself.
3 months' salary was paid together in March. Yes, it's a yes. Based on that, sir, we made a request of funds needed to cater for the authority for a period. That request was made, but the funds that were released was short by the request made. Included in the request was salaries of casual staff amounting to a sum. But when the release letter came, it was short. The release was short by our request. As a result of that, and by virtue of the activities that were going on the field and the complaints coming in and the threats to the organization, the funds that came, management needed to agree on whether to settle them in arrears and settle statutory deductions in full and rather pay them short. We had to make a decision. Considering the facts and what was going on, it was decided that we should pay them their salaries up to March, pay the payee in full, and hold on with the SNID, so that subsequently, when the next release is made, we quickly clear off the SNID. And that was what warranted the penalty, say.
Just for clarification, it's a pay-as-you-go approach. You pay salary, you pay SNID. Now, the staff members had a gun to your neck, yes. But what you're telling us is that the SNID did not have a gun to your head. That's why you decided to wait to pay government later. Now, what is very clear from all of this is that you broke the law. And at your level, you are to set example for the rest of the country. So I'm very much with the accountants for recommending that since you broke the auditors, that since you broke the law, you have to face the consequences. And I'm hoping that, CEO would now help us understand where he's going to find the funds to pay the remuneration to government, because you just literally moved government money to pay government penalty, which then means that you've not paid actually for the sin committed.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Mr. Chairman, since 2020, the days of the mass registration, NIA has engaged over 77,000 temporary staff. Throughout that period, NIA has been very committed to paying all statutory deductions of these staff. We have put in our best based on the resources we've had. We have had opportunities to make similar decisions in the past, and we made very good choices then. Unfortunately for us in 2022, the circumstances before us was, we didn't have any choice at that time. Mr. Chairman, when the casual staff were on the field, we were getting a lot of complaints from applicants. a lot of extortion cases. And if you have been following us, you will notice that we have expelled some staff for some of these cases. When we've prosecuted them, when we started getting these cases from the field, interrogations submitted to us that they were struggling on the field and complaining that we were not paying them, and yet we were harassing them for. They would naturally deny some of the accusations. Mr. Chairman, we barely had a choice, say. We barely had a choice. And I'm hoping that the committee will.
Chairman, thank you very much. You are making emotional arguments, and they are not acceptable. Don't blackmail the committee into the work that you do. You charge for services you render. Now, when you issue card, you charge people. You charge as much as 280 Ghana cedis.
Mr. Chairman,
please.
Chairman, just a point of correction, please. It's an important correction, if you may permit me. We have, since the commencement of mass registration in April 2019, provided all our services free of charge to Ghanaians. In September 2020, after the mass registration exercise, we set up premium registration centers. This is provided for by law. We set these premium registration centers alongside the opening of 16 regional and 276 district offices nationwide, including Seoul. Our offices are coterminous with constituencies. At all of these offices, our services are free. I just don't want the impression to go out there that our services are at a fee, which may then discourage some people who have not yet obtained the Ghana card to go out there and get it. It's only when you elect to go to the premium registration centers, which is just about 16 of them or less across the country, please. Just a correction.
Prof, you haven't corrected anything because you haven't allowed me to finish. The premium is a service, is it not?
It is a service,
yes,
but you are saying that
please,
your statement was that we charge people for our services.
Because I wasn't concluding. I am saying that you jumped in. The premium, so I was going to add that you charge premium service. You jump in when I said service. So I know exactly what I'm saying. You have breached the law. And the recommendation is that you should comply and pay. And you are telling us stories. Should we accept everybody who breached the law in this country with explanation? No. So the committee is asking, have you complied with the recommendations of the auditors? That's all that we are interested in.
Mr. Chairman, that is a question I have already answered, please. You asked whether we have received the money from the chief executive, and I had said, no, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Prof. The recommendation is that you should refund the money. The money should be refunded from the chief executive and the financial controller. You have not done that. You have come to explain why you did not pay the money you withheld to SNITs. The committee will not accept your explanation. So the recommendation of the Auditor General still holds. So the chief executive and the financial controller should go and refund the 98,760 to Auditor General recovery account at the Bank of Ghana. And this will be done within 1 month. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The order will be complied with. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You are discharged. No, let's discharge you. Let's have a monitoring and evaluation secretariat. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Good morning, Chairman. Chairman, my name is Emmanuel Aduma Bosman, Deputy Chief of Staff, Office of the President.
Honorable Chairman, my name is Gifty Ohene Kunedu. I'm the head of Monitoring and Evaluation Secretariat, and my title is National Coordinator for the Monitoring. No, I left 1D1F. I'm now monitoring 1D1F. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, my name is Ayiku Christian Wilson, and I'm the Director of Finance and Administration, Office of the President.
Honorable Gifty, you're welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Okay, the deputy is here.
Honorable Chairman, please, my name is William Kwesi Sabi, Technical Advisor and the Monitoring and Evaluation Secretariat.
Honorable William Sabi, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, you have 4 issues in the report, and the first one in paragraph 1115 to be done by Honorable Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think here is just very simple. Unremitted taxes, 40,000. You owe GRA 40,000. You were asked to pay. Have you paid?
Thank you. Honorable Chairman, please, if you have paid and if I attach the relevant documents to the auditors.
Auditors, please, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, confirm.
Good. Chairman, we are good to go.
Thank you very much. The next one is paragraph 1117. Roxanne.
Chairman, thank you very much. The case of the auditors is that you did not account for 52,537. We have to recover. What's the status?
Honorable Chairman, please, the amount has been accounted for with the relevant documents and have been submitted to the auditors for verification.
Beautiful. Auditors, can you verify and confirm?
Honorable Chair, verified and confirmed.
Chairman, that will be all. Thank you.
All right. Next one, paragraph 1119. The issue is about unacquitted payment voucher, 38,761.13. Have you provided a document to acquit the payment?
Honorable Chairman, yes, please. It's been done.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, all the outstanding documents have been provided fully. Thank you.
Okay, so if you are monitoring, who monitor you? The auditors monitor you, okay.
I think the auditors are monitoring us.
All right, so the last one for you is paragraph 1121. Ranking will take it.
Here again, you provided documents for 100,000 out of 139,000 of expenditure, and the auditors are recommending that you provide the documents or you pay, or the coordinator pays. Has it been rectified?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Please, it's been rectified.
Auditor, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, the total amount have been accounted for.
That will be all, Chairman.
Thank you very much. That will be all for Monitoring and Evaluation Secretariat. You are discharged.
Thank you, Chairman.
Now, let's have the following agencies to our ministry to come. Do you have Ministry of Road and Highway? Oh, Ministry of Railway Development. Are they here? Railway Development. Okay. Railway Development is not here. What of Ministry of Communication? They're also not in. Let's have Ministry of Defense. A defense in? Good.
I, swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give by this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God. Okay, thank you. Introduce ourselves.
Maybe we're going for roll call.
Kindly introduce yourself to the committee. And I thought I saw the Deputy Minister here.
He's still around.
Okay, kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Mr. Chairman, I am Evans Jikum, Chief Director, Ministry of Defense.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Brigadier General Michael Kwajo Opoku, Director General Personnel Administration.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Rija Namu, Head of Internal Audit, Ministry of Defense.
Honorable Chair, I am Wing Commander Lati, Deputy Director, Personnel Services.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Colonel Albert Yao Esiama, Director Manpower Planning at the General Headquarters.
Mr. Chair, I'm Colonel Simeon Nyante, Director, Personnel Services at the General Headquarters.
Clerk, kindly swear the minister in.
Good.
I,
Kofi Amankwamenu,
swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honourable Minister, kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kofi Amankwamenu, MP for Achumakwangma and Deputy Minister of Defense.
Thank you very much. You have 3 issues in the reports. And the first one is paragraph 774 on page 195 of the report. It's about 37 military hospital. Indebtedness to suppliers. The hospital owe 57 suppliers to the tune of 8.5 million Ghana cedis. Between January 2021 to May 2022, the recommendation is that the head of the hospital should ensure that the outstanding amount is settled to avoid any legal action. Have you been able to settle these debts?
Honorable Chair, respectfully, all the necessary documents covering that amount have been procured and will submit it to the Auditor General. Thank you.
It's about payment to suppliers. Are you saying that the document you submitted to supplier involve evidence of the payment I made to the suppliers?
Respectfully so.
Okay. Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
Good. Thank you very much. The next one is paragraph 777, ranking.
Yeah, here the infraction is that 12 private health insurance companies owe the hospital 37 various amounts, totaling 773,764 CD 66 pesos. And the recommendation is that you should collect this amount from the various insurance companies that owe you. Have you been able to collect the money?
Honorable Chair, respectfully, some have been able to make payments. We are still following up with the rest for them to make up the payment.
Let's go through the list. Acacia Health, have they paid?
Respectfully, I wasn't able to bring the list here, so I'll compile it and then I'll forward it to the committee.
But you are coming to answer question on this issue, and you have evidence of people who have paid, and you didn't bring it here. Shall we ask you to go and bring it?
Respectfully, it was an error on my part. I'll duly comply and then make sure that the committee gets the report.
When can you supply the information?
Respectfully, next week. This week, my Honorable Chair, this week.
I think that you only forgot the list.
So you can go and bring it today.
Mr. Chair.
So it's a matter of pulling it, go and pick it and bring it.
Mr.
Or call
Chair.
somebody from the office to bring it.
But how much of the total amount has been paid?
Honorable Chair, I don't want to mention any figure that I have not been able to.
Did you come here to answer this question? Or you didn't expect that you'll be answering this question? Eh?
All right,
Mr. Chairman.
I think we should give him time to
Mr. Chairman.
Provide a list.
Thank you very much. I was going to plead with the committee to give us time.
So can you get the list for us by next week, Monday or Tuesday?
I will, Mr. Chair.
The last one, paragraph 780, Vice Chairman, we'll take it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And this is on Office of the Personnel, Administration and Manpower. And unaccounted payments of 102,335 is outstanding. Have you accounted for these payments?
Honorable Chair, duly accounted for. And all vouchers and evidence are yet to be given to the... have been submitted to the Office of the Auditor General.
No, have you already done it, or you just came here just to give to the auditors?
Please, respectfully, we've done that.
Can the auditors confirm if they have evidence of this, of these vouchers being handed over?
Honorable Chair, a document supporting 64,072.57 has been fully verified, leaving an amount of 38,264. Those documents have just been sent to us, which we are yet to verify. But we can confirm the 64,000. Thank you.
Sir, just to remind you and everybody else, this committee doesn't do the audit. It's the Auditor General. So if you have any documents that they've asked you for, you give it to the Auditor General long before you come and face us. That's what it is. But you just gave them.
Mr. Chairman, I think that the vouchers were sent to them, but we were a bit late, and they had already done their work. So they advised that we do that here and then submit before the committee.
One more time. They said they should bring them here.
No, it was submitted
Yes,
but
sir.
I think it was late when they had done their work. And so there was a need for us to bring it here to submit before the committee.
Honorable Minister, when they do the audit, they give you, and then they'll sit down with you, have a exit conference with you. It may take about a week or two for them to send you a letter. When you get the letter, you have 30 days to comply. And this audit was done more than a year ago. Now it's today that he gave the rest of the evidence to the auditors. What I'm saying is, it shouldn't have been just today. It should have been months ago. Chairman.
Advice taken, Mr. Chairman.
That will be all for Minister of Defense. You are discharged. Do we have Minister of Trade and Industry? Trade and Industry. Railway. Okay. Let's have Railway to take the oath. Do we have Employment? Minister of Employment. Minister of Transport. Minister of Justice. Justice is also not here. Minister of Gender. Gender is also not here. Okay. Council of States. Coastal Development. Coastal Development Authority. Can we join? Coastal Development is here. They will take the oath. Zongo Development Fund. Kindly join to take the oath. Electoral Commission. Electoral Commission should join to take the oath. Commission for Human Rights. Should I kindly join to take the oath? Ghana Atomic Energy Commission should join. Council for Scientific and Industrial Research should also join. Government Secretariat, join.
I, Koku Asante,
swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Kindly take your seat back, but railway development should take the seat. Honorable Deputy Minister, kindly introduce yourselves to the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm Kweku Asante Boateng, MP for Asante Achim South and Deputy Minister for Railway Development.
I'm Desmond Boateng, the Chief Director of the Ministry of Railway Development.
I am Robert Aye, the Chief Accountant of the Ministry.
All right, thank you very much. You have only one issue. Paragraph 1087, Honorable Ajay Boateng.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Head Office, Railway Development. The case you have is ineligible refund of tuition fees amounting to 14,000 Ghana cedis. And it has to do with one of your staff, Diana Banani, Kunjan, a senior information officer, proceeded on training, but the auditors did not cite any approval authority or any approval letter authorizing the training. So the audit recommendation was that in the absence of that, the authority, the head office was to recover the amount of 14,000 from the said officer. Has it been done? Has the recovery been done?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are yet to do that. And we'll plead with the committee to give us up to the end of this month to do the recovery. Thank you.
So you admit to the fact that the officer who went for the training did not obtain any approval?
Mr. Chairman, it only happened that the officer was seconded from the Information Service Department to the ministry. The approval in question was obtained at the other end, but the payment was done at the ministry. So that was there.
Anyway, Chairman, they are supposed to, well, they are asking for time to be able to handle this recovery. They haven't done any recovery.
You didn't take any action, so you are looking for time to go and work on it. Is that the case?
Mr. Chairman, that's it.
Okay. So how long do you think?
By the end of this month, we will do the needful.
Okay. All right, so we'll give you up to the end of the month.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, that'll be all for you, your discharge.
Thank you.
Let's have a government secretariat. Government secretariat. Kindly introduce yourselves to the committee. Put the mic on.
Solomon Nobi Amano, Principal, Government Secretariat School.
Prince Ibinizael Tege, Accountant, Government Secretariat School.
John Mensah, Internal Auditor, Government Secretariat School.
All right, you have only one issue. Paragraph 1112 to be done by Honorable Kisi.
Thank you, Chairman. This has to do with 2 years and withheld taxes not paid. 2021, we're looking at 18,414 Ghana cedis, 81 pesos. And then 2022, we're looking at 32,695 and 12 pesos. So in all, we're looking at 51,109 Ghana cedis. Has these monies been paid to GRA at the moment?
Honorable Chairman, yes, we have done that.
Audit Service, can we confirm if the appropriate documentations have been brought?
Honorable Chair, an amount of 32,564.06 has been paid, leaving a balance of 18,273.94. Thank you.
Is that the same record you're talking to, or have you made an additional payment?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, we made some payments, about 30,834 Ghana cedis, 50% on the Give Me platform, please.
Date and time, clarification.
I think that was in 2023, please, Mr. Chairman. And then we have given our bank statement to the auditor for verification when they came to do the audit, please.
We need some clarification here. We're speaking in relation to 2 years, 2021, 2022. And the total at the time was 51,000. And that's what we're talking to. How much of that on your records have you paid?
Honorable Chairman, the 2021 amount has been paid fully, Honorable Chairman. 2022, part was paid through the GiveMe's platform. We paid an amount of, we paid some January to June 2022 and then July to December 2022. So we paid some on the GiveMe's platform and we paid some via check to GRA. The GiveMe platform, we paid an amount of 30,834. And the check, excuse me. The check, we paid the amount of 31,000. An amount of 31,227 cedis, 63 pesos.
Isn't that overpayment?
No, as I was saying, the first half year of 2022 was paid through the GiveMe's platform. Then the second half year was paid was the 31,277 that we paid. Okay, Honorable Chair, if there are discrepancies, I will we will ask the auditor to come back and we'll do the necessary reconciliation. And if it's established that we have outstanding, then we will pay. For now, this is the records we have. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
What is quite clear is that you've overpaid. If what you're saying is right, you've overpaid. And reconciliation is necessary. But it's unfortunate that you are coming today to tell us this. This should have been done prior to your arrival. Audit Service, I need clarification in terms of what you have, because the 32 still doesn't make sense based on the payment he claims he's been making or he's made. So Audit Service, was the 32 through GiveMisk or was it a check? Because he's stating a check amount of 2,000 or 31,000, sorry. So can you help me, Audit Service?
Honorable Chair, for the 2021, 18,414.81 is fully settled. For the 2022, the 32,695.12, an amount of 14,149.25 is settled, leaving a balance of 18,273.94. As to whether this settlement was made by check or by the GiveMe platform, we will have to confirm and get back.
All right, so whatever additional information you have that provide evidence that you have settled the money, give it to the auditors for them to verify.
Honorable Chair, okay, thank you very much.
So that'll be all for your discharge. Let's have Coastal Development Authority. Coastal Development Authority. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, my name is Jerry Ahmed Shaib, the Chief Executive Officer of Coastal Development Authority.
I am Kofi Kakaribonzi, Deputy CEO, Coastal Development.
Dr. Isaac Ahinsa-Wubio, in charge of operations.
Jerry, you're welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Has he taken the oath?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I have, please.
I mean the gentleman who is joining.
Yes, he has also taken.
Okay, kindly introduce yourself too.
James Aferi, Head of Accounts.
Albert Owisi, Head HR.
All right, thank you. You're welcome. You have one issue in the report, paragraph 1128, indebtedness to landlords and utility providers. The AMA office, Ho and Takrady office, cantonments, and then Ho and Takrady already. So the total amount you are owing is $214,591.68. That is for rent. Accra office, $144,000. That's the head office. And then the cantonments, $14,520. Ho and Takrady, $56,071.68. And then Ho and Takrady again, you did not pay for electricity, $68,849.81 Ghana cedis. So you have to settle the indebtedness to these institutions. Have you been able to do so?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We've made some strides on that path. We've had the Chief of Staff stepping in to give us a letter, which respectfully we've shared with the Audit agency, and they are very much aware. I don't know if you have a copy respectfully, but we received the letter on the 20th of November 2023, and that is to the Honorable Minister of Finance, indicating our indebtedness to ensure that payments are made as soon as practicable. So we made some efforts. Beyond that, we have also terminated our tenancy agreements with these institutions you have mentioned, apart from the AMA office.
So, in summary, out of the $214,000, how much have you settled?
We haven't paid any as in cash.
You haven't paid anything?
Anything as in cash, but...
So, Minister of Finance is going to pay on your behalf?
That is so.
How about the $68,849 for electricity?
So we've received some monies for goods and services, so we have made steps in that regard as well.
What steps have you made?
To pay them.
Have you paid them?
No, we haven't.
What is holding on with that?
It's a system. It goes through the...
Which system is that? The Give Me system?
Yes.
Hey, when did you receive the...
Well, we just started this year. In fact, we haven't received the real cash. We haven't actually received the approval.
You not receive cash?
Yes.
Your account will be credited?
Yes. So we haven't actually had the approval.
So nothing has come to your account yet?
Yes.
But you just told us that you have received some money this year, so you are making steps to
No,
pay.
as in the lines.
Which line?
As in the
Is it a drying line or what?
That is what I mean.
Jerry.
Chairman, thank you very much. I know the difficulties that Coastal Development Authority is going through, but I'm surprised that AMA, a state agency, will be levying rent in dollars, and the auditors to having flagged this. We are trying to. It's unlawful actually for state institutions to transact in dollars. I mean, that is what is the issue for me. And so I'm happy you've terminated the tenancies in respect of the other agencies. But the head office where you are, going forward, is AMA willing to levy the rent in cities?
Well, it's actually levied in cedis. At the time we started, it was in dollars, but in the cedi equivalent. So we actually pay in cedi equivalent. But yes, now it's in cedis.
No, but if it's pegged to the dollar, you'll be paying more if the cedi depreciates.
That's correct.
So they shouldn't peg it to the dollar. Because in 2022, 2019 to 2022, the dollar was around 6 cedis, 6 point something. Now it's 12 plus. So we are paying double. So you can imagine that pegging it at dollar, you pay more in cedis than if it has been a cedi straightforward. That one, there is no, if there's depreciation, you still pay that amount. You don't need any conversion loss or gain.
I take a cue. That's actually the case. So we have had a conversation with them, and we are going to pay in cedis.
So, but the agreement should state in cedi, not in dollars.
That's so. Thank you.
So, coastal development, you haven't done anything about this infraction. You haven't done anything about this infraction.
Abuja, we have taken steps. That's including the letter from the Honorable Chief of Staff. It took us a whole lot of back and forth to get there.
Anyway, there is no money in the system. That's why.
Abuja, if you may also assist, we would appreciate that.
Oh, we don't hold the key to the vault.
No, I'm talking about your personal contribution.
My personal contribution, I don't have. Anyway, the earlier you pay, the better. Because Alan, you are the one who won the wages seat. So you want to come to Parliament?
I would tell you, you've always been a mentor.
My party candidate would defeat you.
I would say I'm not sure he will survive. I talk less.
Anyway, just by the side. And, so can we make more effort to settle the debts?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
All right, you are discharged.
Thank you very much.
Zongo Development Fund. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, my name is Arafat Suleiman Abdullahi. I'm the Chief Executive Officer, Zongo Development Fund.
Honorable Chair, my name is Thomas Ba, Head of Administration and HR, Zongo Development Fund.
Honorable Chair, I'm Suleiman Abdullah, Head of Procurement.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Ahmed Ayuba, Head of Corporate Affairs and PR.
Honorable Chair, I'm Jamal Mohammed Abubakar, Internal Auditor.
Honorable Chair, I'm Haruna Mohammed, Head of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation.
Do you have any member of management back at the office?
Honorable Chair, for the Zongo business, it's all hands on deck. So only one management member is not here. The rest of us.
Because you have only one issue, one.
Yeah.
And
one more left.
Entire team, 6 or 7 people are here.
Yeah.
Okay, continue. I thought you have finished the introduction.
We haven't.
Honorable Chair, my name is Rashid Amda, Assistant Director, Administration.
All right. If you are not able to recover this money In fact, the amount, I can share it among you people. You have unrecovered advances, 49,128 Ghana cedis, which was given to 3 staff who resigned in 2020 and 2021, but they failed to recover the outstanding amount from them. You are recommended by the auditors to recover the amount with interest from the 3 officers. Have you been able to recover the money from them?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, we've made a moderate recovery of 26,028. That is, the 3 of them, one has made full payment. He was the one owing 1,028. Then the second former staff member owing 9,000 has also made full payment.
Payment, okay.
Yeah, the third one, who is not in the country, got the next of kin to pay an amount of 16,000 out of the 39 she is owing.
Okay.
So we've got 15 plus 9 plus 1,028.
Okay.
Together, 16 rather. So together we have 2628, leaving an outstanding payment of 23,100. Yeah.
So when was the last time the first person make some payment?
Sincerely speaking, even the 16, I got it this morning.
Okay.
Yeah, and for the 2, they brought it yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Auditors, do you have the evidence that at least 26,000 have been recovered?
Honorable Chair, we don't have any evidence.
They don't have.
All right, so, Chief Executive, kindly give the evidence
to
the auditors to verify that.
Yeah, I have the cash.
Now, when is the balance of 23,000 going to be recovered from the first person?
Yeah.
That's Humu.
Yeah, the next of kin has stated that we should give her up to the end of July. And she would pay like 3,555 in that order.
I think
we'll ask her to come down to the office, sit with the accountant to do the structured payment schedule. And she has agreed to do that.
All right, so you need to have an agreement with the next of kin.
That's correct, yeah.
On how the balance will be recovered.
Yeah, okay.
And then if you fail to do that, then you can use that one as a basis to lodge a complaint or charge her.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
So we'll allow you to go and do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. You are discharged.
Thank you. The payment, you know, the money is here.
Electoral Commission. Electoral Commission. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, my name is Samuel Titi, Deputy Chairman in charge of Operations, Electoral Commission.
Honorable Chair, my name is Lawrence Sapon, Director Administration.
Honorable Chair, my name is Edgar Joe, Principal Finance Officer.
Honorable Chair, my name is Angelina Teku, Director HR.
Honorable Chair, my name is Amos Nikwe, Deputy Director HR.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You have one issue in the report, paragraph 1132. Honorable Roxon will take it.
Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Tete, you are welcome.
Thank you, Honorable.
Yet, the case of the auditors is that, contrary to Regulation 92 of LI 2378, 2019, 5 persons who have retired from your commission, and 2 of them dying and 1 also vacating post, continue to get paid. In one instance, it took 18 months for that to be rectified. In another 13 months. It's not good. Now, on end salaries, have you recovered this from the people?
Thank you very much.
And the estate of 2 of them?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. With respect to the commissioners, Mr. Agrifin and Madam Saidatu, following the audit findings, we wrote to the Controller and Accountant General to stop their salaries. And then secondly, they also had some salary arrears, and then to use the salary arrears to defray the unearned salary. So with respect to the 2 commissioners, that is how far we've gone to. The 3rd person, which is Clement.
Mr. Tete, let me understand you in respect of the 2 ex-commissioners. The auditors have made a finding of fact that they got salaries that they do not deserve. And you are telling the committee that you owe them salaries.
No, what I'm telling the committee is that they have some salary arrears which we wrote to the Controller and Accountant General to use those salary arrears to defray the unearned salary.
Exactly my point. That 2 persons who earn salaries for a period that they were not supposed to have been paid because they were on retirement. And it became a matter for the auditors to flag. Then in your explanation, you are saying you owe them some outstanding salaries. And so I want to understand that complex matter.
And our chairman, those...
so before they went on retirement, they had salary arrears with you?
Exactly.
Okay. For how many months?
About 4 years. Because it was in 20 years, 4 years. The Professor Ntiamwa's committee, which actually increased their salary in 2017. So it was actually from 3,459 to 16,577. Unfortunately, the 2 commissioners had some challenges with their dates of birth, and they were actually contesting the date of birth, and that is why they had to stay for quite some time. And their appointments are not with the commission but rather with the presidency, so they were contesting the date of birth. So when the salary increase actually was made, they paid half of the arrears.
What was due them?
Exactly. So they were left with part of the salary arrears. And that is where we asked the Controller and Accountant General. We have correspondence to that effect
Okay, I appreciate that, but let me deal with the circumstances surrounding the earnings at the time they are exited. Normally the verification process is that you verify that the person is supposed has been to the office to work for the 30 days for which he is entitled to the monthly wage. Is that not the case?
It is because they were contesting their ages. That was why it kept us so long. You know,
for 18 months?
Yes, because one of them had 2 dates of birth. One 1960 and then the other 1962. You know, so these were the 2 ages which actually led to them, you know, contesting. And for that matter, they were in office.
Okay, now the auditors stayed with you for about 3 weeks during the audit and raised these matters after the audit meeting with you. Did you, in your management response to this matter, did you respond to the issues raised by the auditors in this manner? I'm sure if you had raised this in this manner with the auditors, you wouldn't have reflected in the report in the manner that these persons have. Because the auditors are making a finding of fact that they retired, left, and continued to earn salary for 18 months. That is in respect of Agrifin.
Okay. Yes, please. Thank you for that. Yes.
No, I'm asking you whether you explain the issues to the auditors this way.
Yes, please. We explained the circumstances behind their staying in office. But they didn't actually accept it. We explained it, but they didn't accept it.
So, have you resolved the age issue with the 2 commissioners?
Well, because their appointment is not by the commission, really, the appointment is by the president. So we are trying to reach out to the presidency to maybe get their CV or whatever. But what we have on our personal record form is 1962, excuse me.
Why are they now?
They have exited. They are on retirement.
They are on retirement?
Yes, please.
So the correspondence you have with Controller, what is the outcome of that?
Our checks indicates that the monies for the arrears to be paid hasn't been done. They haven't actually gotten it.
No, if you say they haven't gotten it, what do you mean by that?
They haven't actually paid them.
They haven't paid them?
Yes, Honorable.
And the money for arrears, is it sufficient to cover this?
Honorable Chairman, per our analysis, they were actually paid 111,862, which is the part payment. So with Madam Hadja cited to the part payment, the one which is left to be paid will actually cover it. With respect to Mr. Agrifin, which is 173,627, 111 may not be able to.
It's not sufficient to cover the 173.
Yeah, he was paid 111. That's the part payment. I hope you get me. So if we should assume that the other one should be 111,862, then it means that if you subtract from 173,
there's a balance to recover from him.
There's a balance to be, to recover from Mr. Griffin.
All right, so, but you are sure that the one which was paid to them is 50% of the, or you're not sure of that?
Yeah, I'm not sure of that.
So,
but they were paid
so we can assume that what is left is the same amount.
Of course. But we are just assuming that maybe part payments.
Because you're not sure, so you can't assume.
Okay.
It could be that what is left is more than what they have paid them, or what is left is less than what they have paid them. So we need to establish that first before we know if the balance which has not been paid to them will be sufficient to recover the full amount or not.
Okay, Honorable, thank you. We will liaise with controller to find out the rest of the money.
All right, so that's for the two of them. The remaining three.
Honorable Chair, with respect to Clement Owusu, we've been able to recover all the 11,657.60. In fact, we wrote to his bank, which is Agricultural Development Bank. Unfortunately, he hasn't actually gotten to withdraw his salary. So they paid the amount to us. Back to Prince Magdal Eninfo, he took some loan at the ADB. So when we wrote to the bank actually used some of the monies to pay for the loan that he actually collected. So we have a balance of 10,100, because the total amount was 15, and we paid 5,473.73. So we still have some balance to pay. Yeah. Amina Osmanu, the commission first wrote to her and informed her of the unearned salary, but she didn't respond. Then the commission went further to write to SNET. Unfortunately, SNET wrote back to the commission that that is not the position of the law. They cannot use her SNET contribution to defray. So the next line of action that we've taken is to get in touch with the family or the next of kin to recover the unearned salary. If we are not able to do that, then we can further on report to either the police or IOCO. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Tete, how is the validation done at the commission for purposes of paying salaries? Because for Amina to have abandoned posts and continue to receive salary for 13 months?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. With respect to Amina's issue, she was transferred to Ahafo from the head office. Unfortunately, Ahafo didn't actually have a management unit to validate the salary of officers over there. So they were doing the validation at the head office. Thank you.
Mr. Tete, you see, somebody died. We validated the person for 10 months. So it means there's a problem with the validation units at head office, with all due respect. You must have heard in the news that unearned salary is rampant in the 2022 report. That's why we are particular anytime it comes up with an agency. So please, we also suspect collusion. So check collusion. Persons who are not at post, but you are validating officers, validating them, and they earn the salary unlawfully. Please check it. We want to ensure that leakages are sealed. Sources of leakages in the public sector are sealed. So revamp the validation unit and take steps to recover the outstanding amounts. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I have a little concern here. Prince Eninfo did not actually earn the monies that was credited to his account. So it will be inappropriate for the bank, though at the time the money landed in the account, they wouldn't have known. It will be inappropriate now that we know that that money was unearned for the bank to use it as to, yes, I'm saying to use that money and earn money to pay for a loan that he took. In taking the loan, I believe there are other means to recover in case of such situation. So they cannot take unearned money to offset a loan. They should go back and see the conditions of the loan and what to use in case of what? Default. And not use unearned money to pay for the loan. It's inappropriate. And the bank should refund that money and use other means. If he has other benefits, they can fall on it or fall on guarantors to pay to the bank and not take unearned money to pay for that. For me, I believe is absolutely wrong. We should not, even though they didn't know at the time they did it. The commission made a mistake in terms of validating and getting that money into his account. But now that we know the fact, I believe that we should get the right thing done. That's the only concern I have.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Please note it.
All right, sorry. Well, this is a sitting of Parliament. This is a committee sitting, so we are present here. So we cannot be there and be here at the same time. Okay? Fortunately, the new standing order says that once you sign at the committee level, you are present. Your concern is that our constituent wouldn't know that we are here. But the constituent are watching us that we are here. No, the roll call is every day. Okay. All right. This debate, let's curtail it. When we go to our caucus, then we'll do it. All right, thank you very much. So that will be all for Electoral Commission. You need to finalize on this matter so that state funds are paid back to government. Thank you very much for coming. You are discharged.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Commission for Human Rights. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, my name is Mercy Labi, Deputy Commissioner.
Honorable Chair, my name is Henry Ashley, Director for Human Resource and Administration.
My name is Enoch Bacha, Director Finance.
All right, thank you very much. You have a number of issues. The first one is paragraph 1136. It's on illegitimate payment of duty, allowance, and honorarium. So the auditors noted that 590 officers of the commission were paid total 1.4 million Ghana cedis as duty and honorarium allowance during the period under review. A table was provided. The duty allowance is about 661,000, honorarium 774,000. Now, the auditors says that the Ministry of Finance administrative rules and procedures for implementing categories 2 and 3 allowances in the public service of 15 September 2019 provides that category 1 allowance, which include duty and honorarium allowance, paid to all staff every month and were not based on any these illegitimate allowances from the beneficiaries and pay same into the Auditor General Recovery Account. Have we been able to recover the money?
Honorable Chair, with due respect, we've not been able to recover the money, but we have an explanation. If Honorable Chair will permit, I will do the explanation.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, from the inception of the commission, the condition of service states that the staff enjoy these allowances. So when we were moving from the normal to the single spine, they left the allowances on our pay slips, and it's negligible. There's no increment or whatever. They left it on the pay slips. So they've been enjoying it until the category 2 and 4 allowances came. When the auditors came and they flagged it, first, the controller did not stop. We wrote a reminder. Still, it did not stop. So we decided to engage Fair Wages, who is supposed to advise us on salaries. We went to Fair Wages. We booked appointment with Fair Wages, and they wrote that they will meet us tomorrow on this issue. So that is the position on this duty and honorarium allowance for the commission. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. So if your explanation is that the commission, the payment of these allowances were left on the pay slip or the payroll of the commission before the auditors flag it, and you wrote to controller to cancel it or to stop it, does it mean that you yourself, you're not sure that it's a legitimate allowance that is being received by the staff?
Honorable Chair, we are very sure that it's legitimate, but the issue is the name. The name on our condition of service, its duty and honorarium, including there is a third one that it's also flagged, that is domestic servant allowance. These 3 allowances, we have it in our condition of service that our officers enjoy these allowances. But when we moved to single spine, as I said, it was left on our pay slips. So we thought that we are still legitimate to enjoy it because we have enjoyed it since the single spine until the auditors flagged it. So when auditors flagged it, we wrote to controller to respond to the audit request first, to stop it until we see further how it will go. So we wrote to controller. I think we have attached the letter to controller and the reminder. But when we realized that controller is not stopping it, that's where we engage Fair Wages. And Fair Wages, it's ready to meet us to see whether it is still legitimate as we claim to pay to our salary, our staff.
All right, so if the meeting with Fair Wages tomorrow conclude that this payment is illegitimate, will your staff be willing to refund the money?
Honorable Chair, with due respect, we have no option than to retrieve from them.
All right. So let's wait for the outcome of the meeting tomorrow. And kindly brief the auditors about the outcome of that meeting.
We are grateful.
The next one in paragraph 1139 is also brought down on illegitimate payment of car maintenance allowance, which is also categories 2 and 3 allowance in the public service approved by Ministry of Finance. So it says that when an employee has been assigned an official vehicle, he or she shall no longer qualify for vehicle maintenance allowance. The auditors noted that 4 officers who had been allocated official vehicle for the discharge of their duties were paid a total amount of 12,740 Ghana cedis as car maintenance allowance during the period under review, and the names are there. The recommendation is that the commissioner should ensure that the Director of Finance recover this car maintenance allowance from the 4 beneficiaries. Have you recovered the money from them?
Honorable Chair, with due respect, we are in the process recovering. Some has finished paying, others are on the process paying, and we have evidence to that effect.
How much have you recovered so far?
Honorable Chair, if I may go by individual name.
Okay.
We have Charles Alesquenu, who has paid 900 out of 3,900. We have Cornelius S. Dari, who has paid 1,300 out of 3,900. We have Festus Kwesi Mensah, who has paid 600 out of 3,900. And we have Mr. Actually Henry, who has finished paying. Honorable Chair, what we have done is that we've seen that the payment is not regular as we wish to be, and we have written to them that if they fail to pay, we will use any allowances that will be near to their benefit to defray this debt, and we have written to them to that effect.
Are they still with the commission?
Yes, Honorable Chair, they are still with us.
Auditors, can you confirm the recovery made so far?
Honorable Chair, an amount of 3,840 has been recovered so far, and that is what we can confirm. Thank you.
All right. So continue to recover the balance.
Most grateful.
The next one is paragraph 1142 on earned salary, 21,045 Ghana cedis, involving 4 staff. The first person, who is a chief bailiff, deceased. Second, principal investigator, also deceased. Then clerk grade 1, also deceased, and administrative assistant on retirement. But they received salary totaling 21,045 Ghana cedis. You are to recover the money from them. Have you done so?
Honorable Chair, with due respect, we are also in the process of recovering this money, but the situational report is that one Benjamin Pratt Yanka's money has been paid to government checks, and we have attached receipts to that effect.
Okay.
The other one, that is Alpha Sierra. There is a letter we received from the bank, and this is in respect of what honorable member stated about the bank using the unearned salary to defray loan. Yeah. Actually, when we wrote to the bank wrote to us that the staff or the diseased staff was owing the bank, and they used the money to defray the loan. So we've taken the key from the statement made by the honorable member, and we'll do that. We are grateful.
So continue. Fred,
the next of kin, have paid, and we have attached receipt to that effect.
The entire amount?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Okay.
And then, Honorable Chair, James Kofi has not paid. We've notified him. He's on retirement. And, Honorable Chair, permit me to say that we are not getting in touch with him. We've tried, we have his number. In fact, the very day that we saw dates, we called him, we notified him, and he promised that he would repay the amount. And since then, we've not gotten in touch with him. We are still making the effort to get in touch with him to pay. We've written to his bankers to use any money that comes into the account to defray the debt, Honorable Chair.
Well, his pension?
Yes.
Auditors, can you confirm the total amount recovered so far?
Honorable Chair, we can only confirm Fred Wata, which has fully paid. We can confirm that. The rest, we are yet to be given the information.
Okay, Benjamin Yanka.
We don't have the information with us.
Honorable Chair, there is a letter from the Bank of Ghana attached to our response showing that they have transferred their money into government chest.
Okay, can you finish there with a copy?
We'll do that.
I'm sure you have a copy, but if not, can you finish there with a copy so that you can verify?
Very well, Honorable Chair.
All right, so you continue to make the effort for the remaining two. The next one is paragraph 1144. Another ineligible payment of housing allowance, 241,667. Involved 8 staff. Have you recovered this one also, or you have explanation?
Honorable Chair, with due respect, we've not been able to recover, and we have explanation to that effect, and we have attached the explanation to our response. And if you permit me, I will state it here.
Okay, go ahead.
Honorable Chair, our response is that when the auditors flagged this issue, we notified the affected staff to defray the amount. But our information was that they made their own arrangements with the RCC and the district assemblies, and the rent is being deducted from their salary. We've attached some of the pay slips to show that they are paying rent from their salary to the various assemblies and then RCCs. Our condition of service states that the regional directors and some directors are entitled to duty post, and if we don't have any duty post, we pay them housing allowance to look for a duty post. So when we realize that they have made their own arrangement from the assemblies and RCCs, and the rent is being deducted from their salary, then it means that we cannot recover this money from them. So we even wrote to the controller to stop the deduction, stop the payment. But when they brought the explanation, we realized that their explanation is justified, and we asked controller to restore the allowances to them. So that's the position.
So it means that once you are paying them the allowances, they are also paying rent to the various assemblies where they work.
That is so.
Auditors, are you aware of this arrangement?
Honorable Chair, what we are aware was the initial letter that they wrote to controller to stop the allowances, which she has stated that they have also asked them to start paying them again. But the payment by the officers to the assemblies, maybe we are not aware as we speak. Maybe they are here to furnish us with the necessary documents.
All right. So, Madam, do you have evidence that these officers are paying the rent to their various assemblies? Do you have evidence to that? If you have that, kindly furnish the auditors.
Yes, Honorable Chair, we have evidence and we do that. We
All right,
attach their pay slips to
Okay.
our response to the House.
All right, so auditors, you need to do that to cover the period under review.
What do you say, Chairman?
The next one for Shraj again is paragraph 1147. Another ineligible payment of domestic allowances. Your condition of service state that the Commission shall pay domestic staff allowance to designated staff who qualify at the government's approved monthly rates. The rule of procedure for implementing categories 2 and 3 allowances in public service provides that category 4 allowances, which include domestic allowances, are paid to category A and B public service office holders, that's directors and above. The auditors noted that 146 officers who were not directors and above or above were paid a total of 479,768.72 Ghana cedis as domestic allowance. You are to recover this amount from the beneficiaries because they did not qualify for it. Have you recovered this amount from the beneficiaries?
Honorable Chair, with due respect, no. These add up to the first explanation I gave that will meet fair wages, and after meeting fair wages, we'll notify the auditors on the outcome of the meeting with the fair wages.
Can you confirm that these 146 officers were actually not directors or above? Can you confirm about that? Forget about the payment made to them, whether they qualify or not. Were they actually not directors or above directors?
With due respect, as I stated earlier on with the duty and honorarium, I stated that the duty, honorarium, and DIX allowance, that is the payment of domestic servant allowance, was part of our condition of service that we are supposed to enjoy, and we've been enjoying it before we moved to the single spine. And
I agree to that. You have explained. I just want to know if these 146 staff were not directors or above directors.
Honorable Chair, with due respect, I can't give you the right answer right away unless I check the list, because the list is quite long.
All right. Whether they qualify or not, that will be determined when you meet the fair wages tomorrow. All right. So we'll add this one to the earlier one.
We are grateful, Honorable Chair.
I did it. All right, so that'll be all for Shraj. You give us an update on your meeting with Fair Wages and Salaries Commission tomorrow.
We are grateful. Well noted.
All right. You are discharged. Do we have a Council for Scientific and Industrial Research? Kindly come to the table. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Paul Bosu, Director General of CSIR. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is William Safu, Director of Finance.
Honorable Chair, my name is Theophilus Osoba George, Head of IPPD.
Good morning. My name is Josephine Eira Geraldo, Director of Internal Audit, CSIR.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Paul Fabaluna, Accountant, CSIR.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Frederick Eboa, Accountant, Head Office.
So I'll ask you the same question I asked. Do you have any member of management back in the office?
Plenty.
Because you have only two issues. And the first one is paragraph 1151, ineligible payment of car maintenance allowance. So this category 2 and 3 allowance issue affected you also. Now the auditors noted that 5 directors who were allocated official vehicle for the discharge of their duties were paid a total of 25,830 Ghana cedis as car maintenance allowance. So it's amount to double because you are already giving official vehicle provided with fuel and you are receiving car maintenance allowance. So you have to recover the money from the 5 beneficiaries. Director General, were you able to do so?
Yes, Honorable Chair. We first of all terminated the payment and then we arranged with them we gave them a 6 months payment plan and it's being deducted directly from the Controller and Accountant General. So far, we have deducted 8,745 and it's a monthly deduction. One director who retired has paid in full, so we are fine.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, as indicated, so far 8,745 has been recovered, leaving a balance of 16,975. But it's ongoing.
It's ongoing. So once the deduction is being made directly from Controller, it will continue until they finish the deduction. The next one in paragraph 1154 is on earned salary, 52,668. This involved about 9 employees. One is compulsory retirement, another study leave without pay. 4 of them are deceased, 1 on retirement, 2 of them resigned. So the recommendation is to recover the money from them. Have you?
Yes, Honorable Chair. We have made full recovery of 52,667 cedis, 97 pesos. Thank you.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
Thank you. That will be all for you. You are discharged. Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. Kindly introduce yourselves to the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm Samuel Boachi Dampare, Director General of Ghana Atomic Energy Commission.
Honorable Chair, my name is William Kwejosire-Kuma, Director of Administration.
Honorable Chair, good morning. My name is Francis Nudevu, Director of Finance, Ghana Atomic Energy Commission.
Honorable Chair, my name is William Kromaja, the Director of Internal Audit, Ghana Atomic Energy Commission.
Thank you very much for coming. You have only one issue. Paragraph 1156. Paragraph 1156, page 288.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this also has to do with unearned salaries. And an amount of 21,557 Ghana cedis was paid out to Mr. Aminu Alabani for the period from March 2021 to December 2021. And it's recommended that the Director General ensures that the Director of Finance recover this amount with interest at the prevailing Bank of Ghana rate from Mr. Aminu, failing which the amount should be recovered directly from the Director General and the validators. Has this amount been recovered?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A total amount of 21,557.64 has been recovered.
Has evidence of this been shown to the auditors?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
It surprises me a bit that this man's appointment was terminated by the agency. So how come you terminate somebody's appointment and you are not able to stop that person's salary for a period of almost about 9 months?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The termination letter did not get to payroll on time. And when our attention was drawn, we quickly terminate and steps have been taken to remedy that.
You said the termination letter did not get to payroll on time. Which payroll are you talking about? The controller?
We have payroll departments at Ghana Atomic Energy Commission.
Within the same institution, you terminate somebody's letter, and that letter takes 9 months before that letter gets to another office in that same institution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
10 months, yes.
In the year under review, there were about 9 secretariat staff, and we were able to terminate them on time. But this one is sneaked through, and we've taken corrective measures to remedy the situation.
You see, you said in the year under review, there were 9, just 9 secretariat staff. Primarily, I will not take this as a secretariat staff. This is a decision by the organization and the Director General to terminate that person's appointment, right? So it is not that the person resigned without telling you, maybe even death, sickness, the person traveled. You decided to terminate the person's appointment. And the first thing you terminate is that you give that person a letter, and the person ceases to be a staff. So the first institution that you even go to is the payroll. And it took 10 months. And I'm saying this one was a slip-off.
Honorable, please, we've taken steps to ensure that going forward, some of these things, this is a big organization, and we will ensure that such issues will never again come to your domain.
Auditors, you have evidence of the recovery of the 21,000 Ghana cedis.
Honorable Chair, the total amount has been recovered so far and paid into the Auditor General's recoveries account at Bank of Ghana. Thank you.
They said, you said with interest, and was that interest paid?
The interest has not been paid yet.
Mr. Chairman, the interest hasn't been paid, and probably for me, I may not even have talked about that, but for the interest, I recommend that the Director General pays. You terminate somebody's employment, then you tell me in 10 months you could not give it the letter to your payroll department in the same organization. And who did the validation?
Thank you very much. The validation is handled by the Director of Administration's office, and it's a big organization, as was said. So what happens is that we have various people doing the validation. So what probably comes into mind is that when the letter was sent, but when the person, there's that person doing the validation, that they have a copy. I've been trying to find, as he said, I've called my staff, and then we have the monetary evaluation and all that. So we're trying to put steps in place that as soon as someone's letter is terminated, and it goes to the Director of Finance to go to the payroll office, maybe those people, the audit and others are giving copies, and someone should follow it up to see whether really they have terminated the thing in the system. So that is why I say that with this, when this thing was brought to our notice, There were 2 steps to do that, to recover the amount, and then trying to see how we can really strengthen the internal control system. So that is what I'll say for now.
Chairman, are we safe? Because this is atomic energy. And you are supposed to be meticulous. Atomic energy. I remember, was it last year, I asked you whether, you were using radioactive to treat yams and all those. And if you could forget the treatment of yam for 9 months, or the overdose or underdose, could be by that magnitude, are we safe? This is very serious.
Mr. Chairman, the recovery has been made, so...
The auditors have confirmed that the principal has been paid. Is that the case?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
All right, that'll be all for your discharge. Do we have Council of State? Council of State. They are not here. Flag. Minister of Gender. I'm going over these once again to be sure. I know, I'll call you. Minister of Gender. They are not here. Minister of Justice. Minister of Justice. Minister of Transport. Minister of Employment. Minister of Communication. Ministry of Trade. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Foreign Affairs. Kindly take the oath.
Let me find it.
Please raise the Bibles and the right hand. Repeat after me. I swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth. The whole truth.
And
nothing but the truth. So help me.
Honorable Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, you are welcome with your team. Kindly introduce yourselves to the committee.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Kwagwan Prechum Sapo, MP for Mampo and Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Ambassador Ramses Cleland, Chief Director of the Ministry.
Mr. Chair, my name is Solomon Pemega, Director of Internal Audit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Bafo Che, the Director of Finance.
Honorable Chair, my name is Aninadi Nswakofi, Technical Director of the Accra International Conference Center.
Thank you very much for coming. Accra International Conference Center. When are we going to break it down? Honorable Minister, when are we pulling it down? When?
It's work in progress.
Anyway, you're welcome. We have a number of issues. In fact, you top the list. About 58 infractions involving a number of missions. So we'll start with the Accra International Conference Center. Paragraph 911. Non-remittance of withholding tax. 167,932 Ghana cedis. Have you remitted the tax?
Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair, management has settled all withholding taxes to date. So we are fully settled, please.
Okay. Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
Good. Let's go to the next one. Paragraph 914, unaccounted payments. You made total payment 343,009 Ghana cedis. But you did not account for them because 57 payment vouchers did not have supporting documents to authenticate the transactions. Now, the auditors have asked you to provide the supporting document. Then if you fail to do that, the Chief Director should ensure that the Director for the Center and the account officers refund the money. Have you provided the necessary document to acquit the PVs?
Honorable Chair, to date, we've been able to secure all the unaccounted payment vouchers and ensure that all unacquitted payment vouchers have been properly acquitted. They were made available to the Auditor General's representative.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, all the necessary documents have been provided.
Your next infraction is paragraph 917. Avoidable penalty payments. 11,174 Ghana cedis. During the audit, the auditors noted that the center paid a penalty of 10,575 Ghana cedis for a dishonored check. The check amount was 139,093 cedis issued to Power Distribution Services Limited, PDS. Is now a UCG. The center also paid penalty of 191 cedis, 28 pesos to SNIT for delay in payment of staff SNIT contribution. And we also had an outstanding penalty of 407.22 to be paid. So the recommendation is that the director and the account officer should be made to personally refund the total penalty of 11,174 cedis in order to strengthen the financial discipline. They also urge management to ensure that funds are available before payments are made and social security contribution paid promptly. Has the director and the account officer personally refunded the money?
Mr. Chair, the then director and accounts officer have been contacted and they have personally paid the penalty. We've retrieved from the officers the penalty in compliance with the recommendations, and evidence has been provided to the Auditor General's representative, please.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that the director involved and the accounting officer paid the amount.
All right, good. The next infraction is paragraph 920. It's about indebtedness to Accra International Conference Center. So auditors noted that 111 individuals and institutions between 2019 and 2022 owe the center a total amount of 2.8 million Ghana cedis for the use of the facility. A summary was provided 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. The recommendation is that the chief director should ensure that the director of the center recovers this amount from the defaulting institutions and individuals. Have you been able to recover the 2.826 million from the defaulters?
Mr. Chair, from 2019, we have gone back and taken adequate steps to retrieve the money. We have made progress to the extent that we have been able to retrieve over 50% of the money, totaling 1.7 million. To date, we're continuing to work with the legal department or the ministry to retrieve the rest. So progress has been made and we are pursuing the effort, Honorable Chair.
So the balance which is owed, you can identify the institutions and individuals involved?
We can, Honorable Chair.
Okay.
It's just a little above 1 million.
Yeah. Auditors, can you confirm recovery of 1.7 million?
Honorable Chair, an amount of 1,773,882.70 recovered, leaving a balance of 1,052,886.
All right, so you continue to make the effort to recover the balance.
Fully understood, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
And are you still accruing more debt? Are people still using the facility without paying promptly?
Chair, we've put in place since then, that was in 2019. None of us was present at the time. But we've put in place a plan to ensure that the payments are made promptly before the use of the center. So we are supervising the process and ensuring that it works according to the plan that we put in place. We would not incur any more debts.
All right. Paragraph 923, Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Chairman. This looks a bit long, but I'll try and summarize it. You sign a contract with Atlantic Climate Control Limited for supply of a chiller plant for your facility. The technical specification was to meet the current standard of production model with expected lifespan of up to 25 years and a warranty of 3 years. However, upon physical inspection by auditors on the 26th of July 2022, they were informed the chiller has been abandoned since October 2021. That's 1 year, 7 months after delivery. The further checks shows that the warranty as against the contractual specification was reduced to 1 year instead of the 3 years. The recommendation by the auditors was for the director, technical, and inspection committee bear the cost of repairs for failing to ensure that the chiller plant met technical specification. That was one. The second recommendation was for the chief director and management to ensure strict compliance with technical specification. And the third, but not the least, is to put all the necessary efforts in place to immediately repair the chiller plant. Of these 3 recommendations, which one have you done? Have you done all, 2, 1, or what?
Chair, with regard to, if I may just take the third one and move up to the first question, then I would hand over to the technical director. We have put in place measures since then to ensure that we strictly supervise the specifications contained in the contracts that we sign. Now, I believe there is a correction that will be made by the technical director with regard to an explanation on what happened. But we have now, to improve the internal controls, we have a system of regular meetings with not only the AICC, but all other departments that we work with. So this slippage, or whichever way we can characterize it, would not happen in the future. But I think we need to go back and then look at specifically what happened in respect to the first question. So I hand over to the technical director, if I may.
Honorable Chair, in regards to whether the chiller plant met technical specifications, yes, it did. And we have provided to the auditors documents to show that we really ensured that the machine met technical specifications. That's the first point. The second point had to do with the warranty period. And for all the companies that bidded for the contract, that's 3 companies, all of them, none of them were able to give us a warranty period of more than 3 years. So the greatest amount of time we could get was the 1 year. And that's what we provided evidence from all these companies to show that we strictly complied with what was available on the market at that time. And then the third issue has to do with the measures that was put in place or have been put in place to ensure that the chiller is put back online to be able to work. Now, what we have done was that the reason why, just after COVID, when the funds of the AICC was quite low, so the cost of repair was about 70% of the purchase of the chiller when we did it, when we purchased it the previous year. So at that point, it didn't make economic sense to more or less pump that much of money because the redevelopment was also pending. And a few months later, we were asked to halt operations. So after that, the shift of the halt has kept on going. So the whole idea is that as at now, since the redevelopment is still pending, we have put in measures to ensure that we would be able to repair the chiller and get it back on the road. Thank you.
I'm a little bit worried though, because it was for a very good reason your machine 3 years. And that explains what has happened, that in less than 2 years, actually per the report, 1 year and a few months, the repairs, the cost of repair, don't you think that your technical specification for was truly the best, considering how much it costs to just repair it? Less than 1 year for 5 months of use, 70% of the cost. Don't you think that accepting just 1 year warranty was truly a bad decision?
Honorable Chair, unfortunately, it wasn't about accepting 1 year. It was about the fact that 1 year was offered. 1 year was offered in the contract document from all the companies.
You set the specifications that you wanted, and you couldn't look for others who will give you the 3 years. So now, what are you doing? Chief Director has indicated that everything is being done to work with the technical specifications. How are you is off and you are spending 70% to repair it. What are you doing as a technical director to make sure that you get such facility with a warranty period?
The chiller broke down. The issue was not whether there were issues with the warranty period or whether there were issues with, for instance, the defects in the manufacture, from the manufacturer. The issue had to do with some tampering that was reported. So when such incidences occur, per the contract document, such acts do not fall under the warranty period.
So the damage was not. Can you confirm this?
Honorable Chair, after our report, subsequently the technical team submitted a report that shows that yes, actually the plant met the specification in each stage. But our worry is why it's still abandoned and it's not working. And we think that they should do something about it to ensure that there's value for money. Thank you.
Well, I think so. So do something and get it working. Because sometimes when events are organized, we really suffer. The heat is terrible sometimes. Chairman can move to the next item.
We take note of it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. The last one for Accra International Conference Center, paragraph 928. Honorable Yusuf.
Chairman, thank you. Director, are you the head of the center?
No, the head of center is Mr. Amano. He's here with us, please.
Okay. So, Mr. Amano, the infraction is uncompetitive procurement. And auditors have established that you breached Section 20 of the Public Procurement Act 2016, Act 914. And so they have asked you going forward to comply with the requirements of the Public Procurement Authority. I want to find out some amount of money is involved in the infraction. Have you been able to ratify it?
Mr. Chair, we have taken due notes of the recommendation, and we are going to comply with it going forward.
Director, the question is that some amount of money, I don't want to waste time. You have engaged 59 suppliers, totaling an amount of 945,439.88 Ghana cedis, without recourse to the Public Procurement Act. I'm asking you whether you've been able to rectify that, either by going for a respective approval or something, or you've been able to take this money back from those who are giving this money. Something. I want to know how you have dealt with it.
We have done it. We have actually implemented competitive procurement procedures in the purchase of goods and services.
Mr. Chair, if I may, please. I think the clarification that needs to be provided is that at the time that this was noted by the auditors, the current director was not present. What happened was that they went for they proceeded with services, and for which they secured, they were supposed to secure by the Act three quotations. The then director did not do so. But when he came in, when he assumed duty, I made sure, because none of us was present, that we put in place a plan to ensure that this shall not happen again. This shall not be repeated. And that going forward, we will ensure that we secure and comply strictly with the law. Having said that, There are certain suppliers that the center has been working with over the years, for several years, and these suppliers are suppliers that have gained our confidence and trust over the years. So there's a very good working relationship and so on. And these are suppliers that sometimes, due to the exigencies and the urgency of holding certain functions and so on, we run to them very quickly to provide services. That does not take away the fact that there's a law that should be complied with, and then we would comply. We have put in place the systems to ensure that we comply strictly and obtain the 3 quotations going forward.
Director, your conclusion is what I'm interested in. All the stories about the agency and the emergency and all of that, the law provides for all those circumstances. Okay, I'm happy that you have put in place a system to ensure that we don't repeat this, and that's what I'm interested in. So, auditors, are you satisfied with their work now?
Honorable Chair, we are satisfied with their work now. Now, they are complying with the law. At least they make sure that there are 3 quotations before any purchases are made. Thank you.
Chairman, they are now complying with the law.
Thank you.
Well, as for the law, they will come back and said they've taken note of the auditor's recommendation. It doesn't mean that they are not aware of the wrong they are doing. You are aware. You know very well that the law exists. And when you want to procure, you have to refer to the provisions of the law. But you go and do the wrong thing. And you come here and said, okay, we've taken note. We won't do it again. But you'll be cited again.
Mr. Chair, I do agree with you. And all I just want to say by way of clarification is that I think systems, agencies and institutions are given the opportunity to improve their systems with time. And it's incumbent on the institutions to improve their systems. But we have taken note by these. These are not simple exercises for us. They are exercises that are very serious. And that we look at where we have fallen short, and then we strengthen the systems, which is what we have done. I think the recommendation here was for us to...
It's okay. This law is not a new law. The Procurement Act is not a new law. It's been there for some time. So don't justify that.
Understood, Chair.
Let's now move to Abuja Mission. Abuja Mission, paragraph 931. Payment of legal fees without approval, $150,000. The auditors noted that the acting head of the mission, Mrs. Eva Budu Denu, paid $150,000 to Kenneth O. Baji and Associates, a senior advocate in Nigeria, to assist the mission acquire the requisite documentation for the property in dispute, which was purchased by the mission from the Niameka Lobby in 1991, with the title still in his name, without prior approval from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The review of the record shows that Kenneth O. Baggy and Associates failed to be in court on the day of judgment and later filed an appeal for a stay of execution against the ruling without informing the mission. So, in short, the auditors have recommended that the chief director should recover the money from, recover the amount with interest from the former acting head of mission, Mrs. Eva Budu Denu, and pay same to the account, the investment account. Have you been able to recover the money, Chief Director?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have recovered, $59,375, and there are TCRs to as evidence that we have provided to the audit representatives, please. In addition to that, we have also grounded the officer, recalled the officer, and instituted disciplinary measures on top of that. Thank you, sir.
So when are you recovering the balance?
We have a payment plan, and the balance is paid on a monthly basis.
Okay.
So the officer is paying, and we foresee payments ending, I think, between now and by the end of next year. But the officer hasn't defaulted to date and has made regular payments on a monthly basis.
Auditors, can you confirm the recovery of 59,000?
Honorable Chair, an amount of 59,375 recovered, leaving a balance of 90,625.
Okay. So you continue to recover the balance?
Yes, Chair.
Let's go to our GS mission. Honorable Chinia, paragraph 935.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. The infraction is revenue not accounted for by your mission in Tunis. The amount involved is 13,668 euros. The auditors recommended that the Chief Director should ensure that the head of Chancery recovers the amount from the Honorary Council. Has that been done? Have you recovered the money?
Thank you, Chair. I can confirm that an amount of 12,750 TND has been recovered so far. We are still working to recover the balance, please.
So, auditors, are you able to confirm that some amount has been recovered? Amount to 17,000.
Yes, an amount of 12,757, equivalent of 3,757.4 euros recovered so far.
What steps are you taking to recover the balance?
Please, we are pursuing the Honorary Consul. The mission is in regular contact. They have a plan, a payment plan with the Honorary Consul's office to recover the rest of the money. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you.
So is Honorary Consul Kamel Ben Yaglen, is this still the Honorary Consul for us in the Algeria?
Yes, Mr. Chair, he's still at post, and
he's still at post.
He's still at post, and from the Director Consular, he performs a lot of good work for us.
And I think there was an issue involving. Is it the same man in the past? Not this one.
No, please.
Okay. No, there was one involving the one in Tunis. I remember, but it might not be this particular person. In the past.
This one has been there for a while, Honorable Chair.
Yes. All right. The next one, paragraph 938, Honorable Ajay Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paragraph 938, payment of 13th month salary to an unqualified staff, 666 euros. In violation of your own regulation 31, this amount of money was paid to one Madam Akpene Aku Amedume, who is a security guard. The audit recommendation was that the Chief Director should ensure that the head of Chancery pays him to the investment account. So, have we been able to pay the amount into the investment account?
If I may, Chair, I would ask the Director for Inspectorate to proceed with this question.
Mr. Chair, the mission explained that this particular officer was not paid under the 13-month concept, but rather 35% was deducted from her salary as her pension benefits. And so at the end of her term, this amount was paid to her because it was due here. We explained this to the external auditors and they appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
So, auditors, what do you say about that?
Honorable Chair, after reconciliation, the officer was due the amount. Thank you.
The chairman, the officer who got paid, the amount was due to her. So the matter is closed.
Thank you very much. So the next one, paragraph 941, Honorable Kisi.
Thank you, Chairman. This has to do with rent deduction from staff members into an account. Total period of September 2019 to March 2020. Amount was 12,597 euros, and we're supposed to have transferred this into an investment account without delay. Has that been done, and do we have the appropriate documentations at the moment?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the mission has effectively transferred the amount of 12,597.01 euros into the accounts stated. And we have the CSIR, which has been submitted to the audit's representative.
Audit service, can you verify?
Honorable Chair, the outstanding amount has since been transferred.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Next one, paragraph 944, Honorable Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This also has to do with the Abuja mission. You pay 9.5% Social Security on behalf of your staff, local staff, for a period of 2019 to 2021. Simply, we are asked to recover the money and put your investment account. Have you done that?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the head of Chancery has recovered the amount of 3,912.69 euros, and this has been, the evidence has been submitted to the audit representative.
Please, auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm the outstanding amount has since been transferred. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, let's go to Ankara Mission, paragraph 947, Honorable Sophia.
Thank you, Chairman. Paragraph 947 has to do with unpresented value books, which amounted to 18,205 euros. During the review of the value books records, 8 general counterfeit receipt books and 2 visa booklets issued to Ankara, Istanbul, and Bulgaria were not presented for audit. Our audit of the cash book showed that 4 out of the 8 GCRs were used in collecting revenue totaling 18,205 euros for the period of September 2018 to October 2019. The details are on the table here, and the auditors recommend that the Chief Director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should ensure that the head of Chancery present the value books for audit. Have you done that, please?
Mr. Chair, the GCR books have been available for review and they have been presented as evidence to the auditors, so they can confirm it if you will.
Auditors, please, can you confirm if they have?
Honorable Chair, the outstanding GCRs and the visa booklet have since been presented and we have duly reviewed them. Thank you.
That will be all for them, Chairman.
Thank you. Paragraph 951, Honorable Queenstown.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, unsupported payments. It was noted that management paid a total amount of 229,984 Turkish lira through 55 vouchers to 12 people without requisite supporting documents. Yeah, and the recommendation was for them to refund it through and produce relevant documents supporting it. Has it been done?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the payment vouchers have been acquitted with the necessary supporting documents, and this has been submitted to the audit representative. Thank you.
Auditors, can you please confirm for me?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Paragraph 955, ranking.
Thank you. Instructions 34 of the Foreign Service Accounting Instructions provide that missions shall retain the approved percentage of revenue and transfer the appropriate difference into the designated account, special collection account, on monthly basis. Our review of the special collection account showed that out of a total amount of 39,000 euros, representing 5% rent deductions made during the period under review, 29,000 was transferred into the investment account, leaving a difference of 10,000. The recommendation is that the difference of 10,000 euros should be transferred into the investment account without delay. Has that been done?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the difference of 10,357 euros has since been transferred into the investment accounts. Thank you.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
Thank you. Paragraph 958, Honorable Akwesi Konedu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this infraction also has to do with the non-transfer of a 65% consular fee that amounted to 10,459 euros. And the auditors recommend that this amount be transferred immediately without delay into the investment account. Has that been done, Mr. Chief Director?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that it has been done and the evidence has been provided to the audit representative. Thank you.
Auditors, can you please confirm if this amount has been transferred?
Honorable Chair, the outstanding amount has since been transferred.
Chairman, they've transferred the amount, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Ben Mission, paragraph 960, Honorable Isaac Opoku.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, Ben Mission, paragraph 960 is about unretired interest. And Chairman, an amount of 16,869.88 CHF, an equivalent of 17,992 United States dollars, was granted to 3 staff for various activities, and they have failed to retire the said interest. What is the status of that infraction? Has the amount been recovered?
Mr. Chair, the 17,000 US dollars, which is 16,870 Swiss francs, has been retired with the necessary supporting documents and the evidence provided to the audit representative. Thank you.
Auditors, any confirmation?
Honorable Chair, the outstanding interest has been since been retired. Thank you.
Chairman, we are good to go.
Thank you. Paragraph 963, Honorable Johnson Edu.
Thank you, Chairman. This paragraph has to do with payment of wages without evidence of work done. Benny Mission paid wages amounting to 4,500 CHF to 2 individuals who were purported to have acted as temporary drivers without evidence of work done. Please, can you tell us the update of this infraction?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, I would kindly ask the Director for Inspectorate to proceed with this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These drivers were temporarily engaged to do some work for the mission, and subsequently the mission sends out their appointment letters, which they duly acknowledge, and evidence of payment to them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can you come up again?
Mr. Chair, these were temporary drivers that were appointed by the mission in Brent, and the mission sent us appointment letters and some acknowledgement of receipts of the funds that they received. Thank you.
Auditors, please can I confirm this?
Honorable Chair, subsequently documents was provided, including the logbooks, which shows that they actually worked for the wages paid. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. The next one is paragraph 967, overpayment of pension benefits. So the auditor noted that the accounting officer inadvertently paid Mr. Kema Ula, the domestic assistant of the head of Chancery, 4 months' salary as his pension benefit instead of 3 months' salary. So you have to recover 1 month, which is 3,495 Ghana cedi, US dollars, from the accounting officer. Have you recovered the amount from him?
Mr. Chair, I will kindly ask the Director for Inspectorate to answer this question.
Mr. Chair, the said Mr. Kema was initially appointed when we had the regulation which said that it should have served for 24 months. Subsequently, by a new circular, by the time he was going off, we had a new circular which said that the person should be paid his pension benefits after the 13th month. And so, per this, he deserved to have been paid that particular 1 month salary that he was paid. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, we don't have any documents to that effect. Thank you.
Can you provide the evidence you have to the auditors?
We will do so, Mr. Chair.
Paragraph 970, disposal of 3 official vehicles. The ministry, the embassy was granted approval by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to sell 3 official vehicles. The approval was without a reserve price. The mission therefore sold the 3 vehicles for 300 CHF to 3 staff who were in charge of the disposal process without recourse to any reserve price and external advertisements as summarized below. So the names are there, and the auditors noted that 3 offers were received at the close of bids, and a 3-member committee was constituted to evaluate the bids. The 3 bidders won, 2 being committee members and the other being the driver who inspected the vehicles. The Volvo S80 and the Mercedes-Benz E280 has since been released to the winners for 200 CHF per CTR number given. However, the Toyota Previa had been retained by the mission for use until new one is purchased for the purpose. And the bid amount is 100 CHF. Had been refunded to the one who bought it, Mrs. Giftiyama Akruma. So the auditors have recommended to Chief Director to arrange for re-evaluation of the two released vehicles, and any difference arising thereof should be fully paid by the beneficiaries. Has the revaluation been made? Has there been any difference that need to be paid?
Mr. Chair, we've written to the mission. When we received the report at the headquarters, we acknowledged the conflict of interest that was that pertained in this case, in the sense that officers who form part of the committee to sell the vehicles themselves purchase the vehicles. We have made corrections to that and issued further clarification with regard to sale of such bids that are done and carried out in missions. Having said that, some clarification was also provided by the mission to the extent that it was a competent engineering company that undertook the evaluation of the mission's 3 overage unserviceable vehicles. The company valued all the 3 vehicles at 0 rate and therefore did not have any resale value at all. The ministry's approval to dispose of the vehicles without reserve price was based on the engineer's evaluation report. So both the Volvo S80 and the Mercedes-Benz E280 had been as at the time we're examining it, shipped out of the zone. But it's important to state that the evaluation reports emanated from a competent and credible engineering company. And further, the audit team did not discredit the evaluation reports. But in this regard, it would be, the mission suggested that it would be economically prudent, that it would not be economically prudent to reevaluate the vehicles which are 0 rated, as that action could also be queried by another auditor. But obviously, we have seen the conflict of interest in it. We have issued letters to the officers involved, and we have stated that very clearly. We just tried to state what was obvious, that the vehicles that were sold could not find any value at all in Switzerland. They were probably less than $100, but we note the recommendations of the audit.
Mercedes-Benz E280.
Mr. Chair, the vehicle was more than probably 15 years old. It had fallen.
So the vehicle have been brought to Ghana.
It was what we have been able to retrieve. We have asked one of the vehicles that was sold to the officer to be brought back for purposes of complying with the recommendations, but the others had been shipped out of Switzerland. It's to ship them back, and
those have been shipped out of the country, shipped to Ghana.
Yes, please.
So Ghana is the dumping ground. If a vehicle would cost less than $200, less than $100, it's brought to Ghana. Maybe the tax you pay on it with a penalty for overage.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure the person who did it was fully aware of the consequences in terms of taxes and so on. It was very imprudent. But as far as we are concerned as an institution, we're looking at the area of the conflict of interest and the fact that this should not have been done. We've noted it, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, the conflict of interest thing is but looking at the value amount involved, if you want to change that, I think that we will spend more money. Okay, but in one leg, the government also benefited. Since those vehicles were brought to Ghana, they would have paid duty on it, or they were exempted. Were they exempted?
No, not exempted. We do not have exemption.
They pay duty on it, they pay for overage penalty.
Yes,
so that's additional revenue to government. I think we should not go too much over this. It's okay. Any more action will get more cost than we get So let's move to paragraph 975. Honorable Aziz.
Thank you, Chairman. This infraction has to do with the misapplication of compensation on goods and services. And the recommendation was that the Chancery should prepare a realistic budget. I would like to find out if that has been done.
Mr. Chair, if you would permit, I would ask the Director for Finance to answer this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the mission expressed that during the period under review, the mission did not receive releases from the ministry, that is the Director of Finance.
The question is that, are you not preparing a realistic budget?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The missions do prepare realistic budgets. But the fact of the matter is that the remittances are sent from base in Ghana cities and reflect at the missions in the foreign currencies. And you bear with me that missions usually experience foreign exchange rate fluctuation. And for that matter, when, for instance, the mission requires 150,000 a month, and the budget is exactly 150,000 a month, the implication is that in the event of foreign exchange rate fluctuation, the remittance is going to fall when the CD depreciates against the major currencies. And that will not make it possible for the missions to pay compensation of employees. And in view of that, elective provisions are made so that in the event there is a fluctuation, the excesses will take care of months where there are shortfalls, and that has been the practice over the period. And Honorable Chair, it's not deliberate for the missions to prepare unrealistic budget. So currently, we even have a team in the ministry that actually scrutinizes the budget from the missions to make sure that if there is any excesses, that is actually controlled. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Auditors, you have listened to him. What is your advice?
Honorable Chair, after the infraction, if there is any excesses, before they can even use it, they have to sort permission from the ministry, as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, before it's used. So there's control over it.
Please, has that been communicated to the mission, please? Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, we do communicate frequently to the missions in this regard. We have been Chairman, I yield to you. Thank you.
Before this finding in the report, previously, how did you handle those excesses? Did you spend them on goods and services like you did in this regard, or?
We specify the areas that they could spend these monies, and basically it has to do with the statutories, such as the monthly rent of the office accommodation or the residences of the heads of the missions, as well as the foreign service officers' accommodation. So we don't make it open for them to spend anyhow, but we restrict them to the specific areas that they can spend, which are basically statutory expenses. Thank you, Chair.
But you have provided budget for those ones, because those you are talking rent and those fall under goods and services. You have budgeted for them also.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable Chair. Our friends from the audit may confirm that during their visits to the missions do not receive goods and services, and this has been over the years. And Honorable Chair, we all know the significant role that the missions play by way of protecting the image of the country. And granted that they are not adequately resourced over there, some of these situations may happen. So, Honorable Chair, you bear with me once again that this has not been the first time this infraction is appearing before this honorable committee. And I would be
Ministry of Foreign Affairs if this honorable committee can make a special case on our behalf for Ministry of Finance to adequately resource the ministry as well of the missions, so that some of these infractions will not be reoccurring, Honorable Chair. Because basically, the root cause of this infraction has to do with the inadequate resources at the missions that we have abroad.
So can I conclude that per your experience and study that any time a budget is for goods and services, what you ask for, you are not given. But if it's about personnel emolument, you are given. So for that matter, I can raise the figure for the personnel emolument, which definitely the Ministry of Finance would have no obligation to grant. And then when we are doing the actual implementation, then I can use it to cover this. Is that not being, I can conclude that a smart guy can do that, isn't it?
Honorable Chair, as I did indicate earlier, it is not an intentional act to inflate the budget, but the provision is to take care of the exchange rate fluctuation. And Honorable Chair, we need to address this situation. And as I said, we have a team that scrutinizes the budget from the missions. And where there is any excess provision, we control it. So we would kindly, as I said earlier, would want the committee to make a strong case on our behalf so that the issue of the goods and services will be taken care of by the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Honorable Chair,
Director of Finance. The title Director of Finance. Yes. Director of Finance, I don't think that in factoring into the budget for exchange losses, you factor in about 33% as exchange loss. I don't think that can be the case. Because if your actual is 2.2 million euro, meanwhile you budgeted for 3.3 million, the difference, 1.1 million, is 33% of the 100%. So eventually you spend 66 or 67%, leaving 33%. That cannot, in the time of doing the budget, as a figure that you envisage for exchange losses. It's too much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, there are other factors that
you didn't tell us those other factors. You only talk about the exchange losses. Now I'm probing you further, you are bringing other factors.
No.
Let's move forward.
Honorable Chair, in making the budget,
let's move forward.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Paragraph 979. Non-payment of 65% consular fees to special investment account. So there's a 65% collection. The total collection was 622,000. The 65% is 404,000. You have transferred 164,000, leaving a balance of 239,918. That is a Brussels mission. The auditors are asking that the head of chancery should ensure the immediate transfer of the outstanding amount into the special investment account. Chief Director, has that been done?
Mr. Chair, the mission has transferred a total of 13,829.86 pounds into the investment account. Specifically with regard to the Brussels mission, there was a challenge that we had with Brussels in that the mission used to transfer 65% of the total collections on a regular basis into the special investment account until the closure of its official accounts by ING Bank in October 2020. So they had a specific challenge which made it difficult nearly impossible for them to make the transfers. So they were withheld until such a time that the situation, the matter was resolved. Then they started making the transfer again. So we have received, they have transferred a total of 13,000 so far, and that has been confirmed with the audit.
But the total amount.
I'm sorry. I was reading something else. Forgive me.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. So we still have a challenge with the Brussels mission. We are trying to resolve it. So we've asked them to withhold the payments into the accounts until that is totally resolved.
What challenge do you have? They have withheld. They've collected 404,000 euros, which is the 65% collection. They are supposed to transfer the entire amount to the special investment account, but they only transfer 164,000, leaving a balance of 239,918. What challenge do you have that prevent them from transferring this money to the special investment account?
Mr. Chair, the Brussels mission had faced some challenges with the European Union banking regulations at the time. They wrote to the ministry, and the mission sought and received retrospective approval from the ministry in March 2022 to suspend the transfer of 65% of its consular revenues into the special collections account until such a time that the solution we found around the new EU regulations. So we are still working with the EU representative and of course with the EU.
Okay, auditors, are you aware of this information?
Honorable Chair, we are aware of this information.
All right. Let's go to the Cairo mission, paragraph 982, non-transfer of revenue to the designated holding account. According to the auditors, out of an amount of $90,611 to be transferred into the designated holding account, $85,652.71 was remitted, leaving a balance of $4,958.29. Have you been able to transfer the outstanding balance to the investment account?
Mr. Chair, I would invite the Director for Inspectorate to answer this question.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the amount has been transferred into the investment account.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
All right. The next one is paragraph 984. Non-refund of expenses for medical treatments. So the ministry instructed the mission, the same Cairo mission, the ministry instructed the mission to pay the medical expenses of Dr. William Brownford, a staff of the Ministry of Youth and Sports, who fell sick in Cairo, to be refunded by the Ministry of Youth and Sports, but this amount has since not been refunded. They have provided the details of that. The recommendation is that the Chief Director should follow up with the Ministry of Youth and Sports for a refund of $23,485.26. Has the money been refunded by the Ministry of Youth and Sports?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the Ministry of Youth and Sports has refunded the total amount of $23,485.26, please. And the evidence has been provided.
Auditors, any confirmation?
Honorable Chair, the total amount has since been transferred from Ministry of Youth and Sports to the Foreign Ministry.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we go to Conakry mission, paragraph 987, Vice Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And this is also a non-transfer of 65% of the collection to investment account. And the amount is $13,211.55 cents. That's US dollars. Have you transferred this amount yet?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the mission has transferred the said amount into the investment accounts, being $13,211.55 US, and the evidence provided to the audit representative.
Can the auditors confirm, please?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the next one is paragraph 989, misapplication of employee compensation. Similarly, like the one we did earlier, the budget for employee compensation is 1,540,121.83 euro. You spent 996,513.40 euro was spent on the employees' compensation. And the remaining amount of 543,608.43 euro, representing 35.3%, was spent on goods and services. Just like earlier on, which I calculated to be around 33%, this is also around that. So that will tell you how evenly the thing is. Okay? Now, you have to ensure that the head of Chancery prepares a realistic budget for compensation of employees to avoid excess remittance of funds. Should I ask you if you are preparing a realistic budget now?
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I ask Director for Finance to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the mission prepares the realistic budget. Thank you.
All right. This is similar to earlier one. So if I ask further question, the same explanation will give. But I want to advise that when you are factoring in these exchange losses to take care of, to ensure that there is sufficient money to pay for employee compensation, try to do proper estimation so that you don't have over 30% as the difference which you apply on goods and services. If you continue, it will confirm my suspicion that it's a deliberate thing that is being done.
We take notes and would comply, Mr. Chair. At the same time, we are working very closely with the Ministry of Finance,
okay,
so that the ministry gets item 2 for the purpose of sending the item 2 to missions. It's a dire situation at present, and would implore the committee's assistance in this regard. Thank you.
All right. So, Clerk, let's take note that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as the missions, are not getting sufficient, together with the headquarters. They're not getting sufficient funds for their goods and services. So, technical measures are being adopted by them.
These are not our words, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Sure.
Yeah, I also want to appeal to the Ministry of Finance that they make adequate provision for goods and services for the missions abroad. You see, the challenge is that I can see if you are in Brussels and you don't have money to pay your rent, it's not like here, where sometimes you can even go and negotiate and you'll be owing rent for about 2 years and 3 years. If you are in Brussels and you don't have money to buy gas, the office must close down. But it doesn't mean that you should do the wrong thing. So we will also appeal to the ministry to make sure that they have adequate money for goods and services so that they will not resort to illegal means of surviving. Thank you.
Note taken, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Cotonou. Cotonou mission. Paragraph 991, misapplication of compensation remitter, is the same thing. So we'll not waste time on that. What we have advised earlier on applies in this regard.
Yes, Chair.
Paragraph 993, Honorable Bauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paragraph 993, Regulation 21 of the Foreign Service Regulation requires that when telephone bills are in excess of the approved ceilings, officers concerned shall be required to pay the difference. Contrary to the directive, the auditors noted that the mission were paid an amount of 47,265,750 CFA francs, which is equivalent of 52,108.34 US dollars, equivalent to their ceilings as allowance instead of a refund with evidence of usage in the form of telephone bills. And the table below, I don't like to mention the names, indicates the officers and the amount paid to each of them. The recommendation is that the Chief Director should recover the total amount of 52,108.34 USD from the affected officers and pay same into the investment account. Can you tell us what you've done about this infraction?
Thank you. If I would kindly invite the Director for Inspectorate to answer the question, please, with your permission. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the mission submitted receipts covering the amounts that they received, and these were forwarded to the external auditors for validation, please.
I think the recommendation was for them to recover the amount. But what you are telling us is it's like you have set your own questions and you are answering them. The recommendation is that they should recover the total amount from the affected officers.
Mr. Chair, it's because they didn't have the supporting documents to that effect, and these were subsequently provided by the mission which was submitted, please.
Auditors, can you confirm this?
Honorable Chair, subsequently receipts and invoices amounting to the tune of 265,750 CFA were made available.
In excess of the amounts that have been quoted, we quoted 46 million, sorry. Auditors, it's in excess anyway.
Yes, I think we made a refund of to refund an amount of 46,898,250 CFA, but they brought an invoices and receipts of 47, which is in excess.
Mr. Chairman, that's it for me.
Let's move to paragraph 996. Payment of insurance for burnt building. The auditors noted that residential building of the confidential secretary got partly burnt on 25th April 2019 and had since not been renovated for occupancy. However, the head of Chancery paid insurance premium totaling 256,388, equivalent of 456.21 US dollars for the period May 2020 to April 2022. So the Auditors have recommended to the Chief Director to recover this amount from the head of Chancery and accounts and pay same to the investment account. Has recovery been made?
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I would ask the Director for the Bureau, for Audit Bureau to respond to the question. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the mission explained that the annual insurance premium for the amount of 89,374 CFA was paid to ensure that the old confidential secretary's residence to keep mission's access of both serviceable and unserviceable items, awaiting the mission's approval to board the items stored there in case of robbery. And the insurance policy covered the period April to May annually, and the mission was granted approval to board the unserviceable items on the 8th of October 2021, while the insurance coverage was still active. Consequently, the mission could not abrogate the contract until the policy ended in May 2022. The insurance policy was cancelled at the end of April 2022, and this has been communicated to the auditors.
Auditor, I think that this explanation should suffice. Is that the case?
Honorable Chair, the recommendation was for the amount to be recovered. He's now explaining differently, so maybe we'll get those documents and we'll reconcile and see whether the officers involved should refund the money or will be satisfied with those documents. Thank you.
I am satisfied because in order to protect the asset there, they insure it so that when they got stolen, the insurance company can reimburse them. And looking at the amount involved, it's quite a small amount. So we have to move forward. Paragraph 998, Honorable Mutala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The infraction is non-transfer of 5% rent into the special investment accounts. The recommendation of the auditors is that the head of Chancery should immediately transfer the outstanding amount of 12,067,625 CFA francs, equivalent of $13,408.47 into the investment accounts. Have the monies been transferred?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the mission has transferred a total amount of 13,556,359 francs CFA into the investment accounts. The evidence has been provided, please.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, the outstanding amount has since been transferred.
Mr. Chairman, I'm done.
Paragraph 1000, Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is also non-transfer of 65% IGF into the investment account. And the amount involved here is about $7,210.29. The recommendation was head of Chancery should immediately transfer this outstanding amount to the appropriate account. Has that been done?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the mission has transferred the amount and the evidence has been forwarded to the external auditors, please.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, confirm.
Mr. Chairman, we can move to the next issue.
Paragraph 1002, Honorable Yusuf.
Chairman, thank you. The infraction is that retention of unauthorized revenue. The list is here. The recommendation is that the Chancery should ensure an immediate refund of the excess amount of FCFA 4,692,473 FCFA. Has that been done? And has that been put into the special collection account as recommended by the auditors?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the mission has transferred the outstanding amount as mentioned, and the evidence has been forwarded.
Auditors, can you confirm this?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
Sharon, we are good to go.
Let's go to Doha mission, paragraph 1004. It's about non-transfer of 5% rent to the special investment account. The amount in euro is 26,327.85. Have you transferred this to the investment account?
Mr. Chair, the mission has transferred an amount of 100,000 euros into the investment account in Berlin. Thank you.
That covers this outstanding one.
Yes,
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm a transfer of 100,000 euro into the account. Thank you.
Paragraph 1006, Honorable Chinia.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. The infraction here is telephone ceilings paid as allowances. The auditors noted that a total amount of 162,100 euros was paid to 6 home-based staff as telephone allowance for the period under review, instead of a refund with telephone bills as evidence of usage. The auditors recommended that the Chief Director should ensure that the amount is recovered from these officers. Has that been done?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the recovery has been made, and they have been submitted to the auditors as recommended. Please, thank you.
Is it the money that has been refunded or documentation to cover?
Yes, please. The money has been recovered, and the documentation covering that transaction, that exchange, has been provided to the auditors.
Auditors, are you able to confirm that this money has been recovered?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that the money has been recovered.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you very much. Paragraph 1009, Honorable Ajay Boateng.
Chairman, this is also about the use of compensation money for. Yeah, okay.
Let's move on to the next one. Let's go to Freetown mission, paragraph 1011. That is encroachment on mission's 5.019 acre plot of land. The auditors noted that the government of Sierra Leone in 2003 allocated 5.019 acre plot of land at Leicester Peak to the government of Ghana for construction of chancery and staff accommodation. The mission made the full payment of 1.980 million early. Is that Sierra Leone what? No. Dollars or whatever. For a 99-year lease. However, apart from the construction of a fence wall at the cost of 17,583 euros, the land remained undeveloped, and 0.226 acre of it had been encroached, leaving a balance of 4.793. So the recommendation is that the head of chancery should follow up with the issue with the chief director to develop the land to protect it. First of all, have you started development of the land? And secondly, have you been able to secure the remaining? Or what are we doing about the portion that are being encroached?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In response to your first question, no, we have not developed, and secondly, we are taking measures together with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that the plans that we have of developing the landed properties or to secure landed properties in places where we have missions is fully effected. Now, to come back to the first one, we have not been able to because of the amount involved. We have fenced it. We have fenced the land. We did that promptly, but we have not been able to develop it further. The mission has been working very closely with the institutions there, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to ensure that the encroachment is stopped. So they are, since the time that the auditors went there to now, there has been progress in that regard, so we are very happy to note that. But with regard to the development of landed properties, not only there but also abroad, it's about finances, and we are heavily constrained. So we have them in as part of our plans, but we have not been able to effect them till now. But we're working very closely with the Ministry of Finance, and we put those plans in our budgets as and when we can on a yearly basis. But when we do get the finances, we develop them.
Which size of the plot did you fence? Because the location or what you bought is 5.019. Then 0.226 was encroached, leaving the size left is 4.793. Now you say you have fenced the land. Which one? Is it the entire 5.019 or the 4.793?
The 4.0.
4.793.
Yes, please. We have not been
so
able to.
So it means that the one portion that be encroached, you have agreed to sit it out. You don't want to fight it.
We are fighting it. That's why I said initially that we are working with the authorities there to assist us. But in the meantime, we are also trying to find the monies because it's about developing the land that you have purchased as quickly as possible. And once that is not done as early as possible, it opens it up, and it means that we have to spend more money to protect the land. And that's why I'm saying that we are doing our very best. We are working with the authorities there. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs there has been very helpful. But I think it's about getting monies to finish the property as early as possible, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Isaac.
Chairman, I want to find out what is the nature of the encroachment?
It's people who are not allowed to be on the plots of land that go there and they take items there. We haven't developed it, but they are on the landed properties. So we have the police sack them at every point in time.
Yes, I know, but I want to find out what exactly are they doing there? Are they constructing buildings or temporary structures or what?
No, they are not. They are not. We are not. We are protecting the land from that. But it needs police guard 24 hours a day to ensure.
You are not answering my question. I want to know whether they are constructing, structures on the encroached, portion.
No, they are not. They are not constructing structures, Mr. Chair.
Then they are not encroaching.
Well, they are encroaching to the extent that they find themselves on our properties, and they are not supposed to be on our properties.
Are they hawkers?
When they should not be there, we want to protect the land so that they don't get near the land. That's the point I'm making.
Okay.
Let me for you, sir. The land was 5.019 acres.
Yes.
And the report said they have encroached on 2.26. That means people have taken that piece of land.
Yes, they are petty squatters, please. They are there. Where they
squatters.
Yes, please.
That's what I wanted to find out.
It's clear.
Auditors, are you aware that the land has been fenced by the ministry?
Honorable Chair, we are here to check.
Okay. Paragraph 1014. Honorable Sampson.
Chairman, thank you very much. The issue here has to do with two properties. The chair, Chairman, look at that. It has to do with two properties which are not clear. One of them is Ghana Airways building, a true story, which has been abandoned for dwelling. And that one is very clear that they should see the chief director to see how best they can salvage that building. But the second one is a bent office. I don't know whether that bent office also belongs to the former Ghana Airways or that is your own official bent office, which the auditors are talking of, disposing of. They are suggesting, they are recommending to dispose of the property number 22 Charlotte Street, Freetown. I'm at a loss. I don't know how that recommendation should come, that they should sell that one off. Whether it's no more in need, because there are two properties, one from Ghana Airways, one official building, I don't know whether it's from Ghana Airways, former Ghana Airways, or their official building, that they are suggesting that they should sell the building. So if you can explain to us those two buildings. As for the Ghana Airways, that one is clear. But the one that they say you should dispose, is it your own building, the missing building, or it is the former Ghana Airways building? And why, again, auditors will answer that one, why you are suggesting they should dispose of the building?
Mr. Chair, the building is former Ghana Airways building. It's not our building. So that's in response to your first question. Then the ministry has held a number of meetings with officials of the Ministry of Finance and other stakeholders to find a solution to this problem. It's pending, and it constitutes a stranglehold on us for the moment. We are trying to find a solution around it. We have not been able to for the moment. I cannot say more than that, Mr.
No,
Chair.
You don't normally answer our questions. As for the Ghana Airways one, they said acquire the building. That is there's not a problem. But the defunct, the number 2 Charlotte Street Bend building, the question is it your original building or that one also belongs to the former Ghana Airways? That is all about it.
It's for Ghana Airways, please.
It's also belongs
yes,
to them.
please.
Okay. Now, the suggestion is that you should dispose of that building. That is why I'm saying that probably the auditors will help us to understand why that recommendation should come from. Why are we selling it off?
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair, these properties are for Ghana, and for that matter, as the head of the mission representing the government of Ghana, we thought it wise that they can facilitate or take action on either disposing or owning it, because whether Ghana Airways or whatever is still Ghana's property, and that is why. And the other one is bent. That is why we recommended as such. Thank you.
But it's on the property, it's on land. We don't probably. Are you suggesting that we don't need the land? We don't need, because there's an issue of an encroached land somewhere. We've acquired about some land somewhere where 2 acres. We are talking of encroachment on them. So if we have another bent property on the land, official bill on the land, can't we take, or we don't have a use of it?
I believe, Mr. Chair, there was a liquidator, and because of the fact of liquidation on it, we can't sell it. So I think that's where the matter is stuck a little bit.
So what is the way forward?
It's a matter that is pending, Mr. Chair, and we are still in discussion over it. I'm sorry, it's all I can say for now.
Okay, the next infraction is on paragraph 1017, and that's Honorable Sophia.
Thank you, Chairman. 1017 has to do with avoidable rent payments. Our examination of the payment vouchers disclosed that the mission had to continue to pay monthly rent of Swiss francs 26,515 in respect of the former Chancery building for 5 years as a result of non-expiration of the tenancy agreement since its relocation to the new Chancery building in February 2021. Now, the auditors are recommending that the Chief Director should ensure that the head of Chancery liaises with the legal department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for advice on how to sever the tenancy. Have you done this, please?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the tenancy has been severed, and that has been communicated to the that has been done through the legal department of the ministry. They have worked on it, and it has been communicated with the mission in Geneva. The tenancy has been severed. Thank you.
Auditors, please, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that now the contract has been terminated.
Chairman, that will be all for them.
Thank you very much. That's Geneva Mission, paragraph 1021, direct disbursement from consular fees. The auditors have noted that the Chancery disbursed 63,882 CHF directly from the consular fees collected without transferring the 65% portion, which is 41,523.30. So the recommendation is that this portion should be transferred to the investment account immediately. How's that been done?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the total amount of 41,523.30 Swiss francs have been transferred into the special collections accounts, and that has the evidence provided to the audit representative.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
The next one, paragraph 1024, is also on misapplication of compensation fees. So we have already dealt with that. Let's go to paragraph 1026. Honorable Akwesi Konedu will do that.
Chairman, thank you very much. Director, the auditors recommend that Kinshasa Mission makes a refund of $18,515 into the investment account. That is a 65% of consular fees that were supposed to have been remitted into that account. Has that been done?
Mr. Chair, the consulate, when we contacted them, explained that the Republic of Congo, as a member of the CEMAC, which is the economic zone, have new banking restrictions that make it nearly impossible to effect transfers of funds out of the host country. So the Brazzaville consulate has obtained approval from the ministry, which has been given, to apply some of the locked up funds which should have been transferred to meet its financial obligations, and efforts are underway to transfer the balance into the investment account in London or Abidjan. The banking restriction regime in the country is still in force.
Has evidence of these restrictions and the arrangement being done made to the auditors?
We have informed the auditors and we have made the evidence available to them.
Auditors, can you please confirm on that for us?
Honorable Chair, transfers has not been done as we speak, but evidence of arrangement yet to be transferred is what is in place now. But the money is still outstanding.
No, okay. Then, Director, I would urge that you use your foreign connections to be able to have these amounts being transferred, although the restrictions being there. Mr. Chairman, I think this is beyond them and they are trying to deal with it.
Yes, sir. Notes. We'll take notes, sir.
Paragraph 1028, Honorable Isaac Opoku.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, 1028, non-transfer of 5% rent deduction. You deducted an amount of 38,632 euro as 5% rent from the salaries of home-based staff. But you transferred only 15,829 into the special collection account, leaving a balance of 22,803. The recommendation is that the outstanding amount should be transferred into the investment account. What is the status of that infraction?
Mr. Chair, the recommendation is noted for compliance. As and when the mission's financial situation improves, the transfer will be effected. The mission's financial situation has not yet improved, as the ministry is very much aware. The head of Chancery and the accounting officer will ensure that the transfer is effected, and they have been informed to do so when the situation improves. The mission is still waiting for its coffers to improve in order to effect the transfer of the said amount. So we are watching over that situation and will ensure that that amount is recovered.
Auditors, are you aware of the steps being taken to ensure that the remaining amount is transferred?
They are yet to provide any documentary evidence for us to verify. Thank you.
Please, can you do that as soon as possible?
We will do so as soon as we leave here. Thank you, sir.
All right.
I think that the answer you gave is conditional. When their financial situation improves, they will transfer the money. That is what he said. So if it doesn't improve, it means that I cannot transfer.
It will improve.
Or you are sure that their financial situation will definitely improve?
Mr. Chair, we have our Inspectorate Bureau that keeps watch over that to ensure that the transfers are made on a regular basis. For now, they have not yet. We haven't been able to improve their situation to the extent where they will be able to make those transfers.
All right. The next one is also on the misapplication of the excess compensation. So we have done that already. So we'll move to the next one, paragraph 1032. It's about non-maintenance of residential accommodation. And there's a picture in the report, page 257. During the inspection of the mission's inventory, the auditors noted the fence wall of the permanent residence of the head of Chancery had cracks with faded painting, and its surroundings were in a very bad state. And you can, when you see the picture, you can see that the place looked like a place that had not been occupied for a long time. So, is that a swimming pool? Page 258. Is it a swimming pool or a water fountain? Well, so the recommendation is that the head of Chancery should liaise with the Chief Director to ensure necessary steps are put in place to renovate the property and salvage it from further deterioration. Chief Director, has any action been taken on this property in Kinshasa mission?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Upon receipt of the report and the recommendation, we took immediate steps and we proceeded with painting of the property, and we've even purchased a generator for them. But the evidence, and we have not sent that report yet to the auditors. We'll do so right after here, considering that the work has been done.
Auditors, can you confirm what the Chief Director has said?
No. My mistake, Mr. Chair. I just said that we would forward that evidence to the auditors, but the work has been undertaken on the property.
So when you go there now, it looks different.
It does, Mr. Chair.
Do you have pictures for us to see?
We will submit them to the auditors, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's go to Lusaka Mission. Paragraph 1035. Non-transfer of rent income. So there's a rent income of $16,870 United States dollars. This has not been transferred to the investment account in London. So you are required to do so. Have you?
Mr. Chair, the outstanding rental income has been transferred into the investment account, and the evidence provided to the audit representative. Thank you.
Auditor, confirmation.
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
Paragraph 1037, Honorable Aziz.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I think this infraction has to do with the earlier one that I read. Misapplication of compensation, and head of Chancery was advised to prepare a realistic budget. I think I want to know if the communication has been made to the mission that anytime there is a need to make any expenditure, they should seek approval from the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Through the communication, the Ministry has done so. Thank you.
Chairman, I yield to you.
Thank you. Paragraph 1039. That's Moscow Mission, untransferred collections. So there's a portion of $7,480.98 US dollars, which has not been transferred to the investment account. And the requirement is to transfer same to the account. Have you?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the transfer has been effected, and we have evidence that has been submitted to the audit representative, please.
Auditors, confirmation.
Honorable Chair, yes, the memo for the transfer, we have it, but when the actual transfer was done, we are yet to be given those evidence.
Kindly submit those to the auditors for confirmation.
Noted, Mr. Chair.
Paragraph 1041. The auditors noted that the asset record indicated that a land protocol was signed between Government of Ghana and the Russian government in 1989 for a parcel of land at a prime area in Nakimovsky. Did I pronounce it well? Those people who have been going to those countries. Nakimovsky, in the city center. 26 years, after 26 years, the mission's undeveloped land was replaced with a 15,000 square meter land at Miskaya. Now the tenure for the replaced land is 24 years, expiring in 2039. However, 7 years after the land was allocated, no activity had been undertaken. The head of Chancery is required to liaise with the Chief Director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to source for funding to develop the land for use. Has any action been taken on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to report that not too long ago, the approval was given to our mission to purchase the land and or to develop the land. I'm sorry, to fence the property, and the money has not yet been forwarded to SENS, but the approval has been given. So it will be done very soon. No.
Do you have the funding? Only approval has been given.
We have secured the funding.
You secured the funding?
Yes, we are yet to make the transfer.
Where did you secure the funding from?
It was budgeted for and was approved.
Okay, so yes. It's coming from Government of Ghana?
Yes, please.
And is it sufficient to develop the place?
No, please. But it's as much as is required to at least undertake some initial fencing of the property until such time that we can secure more and develop the land.
How much approval has been granted? How much in dollars terms or in Ghana city terms?
This is in dollars, please.
How much?
So that's roughly a little above $80,000.
$80,000?
Yes, please.
What can $80,000 do in Moscow?
Mr. Chair, the Moscow issue has been pending for a long time. So even though the budget required to develop the property in Moscow is quite huge, this is an initial amount that we thought we should grab and then proceed with the first stage, which is the fencing. And then it was difficult to secure more than that. So with time, I'm sure every time that we put it on our budget, and if the budget is approved with regard to Moscow, we can proceed in stages. That was the only way that we could proceed, rather than to wait and receive a total amount which we might not get.
All right. So auditors, we have to monitor this. We have secured 80,000, and just monitor the use of it. I don't know what work can that amount do in Moscow. Probably to do a fence wall.
Yes.
Even if it will reach. All right. Paragraph 1044, that's Nairobi mission. The Foreign Service Regulation 2018 requires that supervising mission shall ensure that revenue received by an honorary consul is lodged in the mission special collection account monthly, and shall check the cash book against the receipt book to ensure that all amount received have been brought to account. The auditors noted that as at 30th November 2021, revenue totaling $107,337.64 United States dollars received in the bank account of the Rwanda and Uganda consulates had not been transferred into the mission special collection account. So for Uganda, the amount is $58,678.87. For Rwanda, $48,658.77. The auditor recommended that the head of Chancery should ensure the immediate transfer of this amount to the mission special collection account. Has this amount been lodged in the account?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The mission has transferred the amounts and provided the necessary supporting documents, which have been forwarded to the audit's representatives.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, the outstanding amount has been transferred.
Paragraph 1047, Vice Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And this one concerns unrecovered security deposits. You paid security deposit for rent and you haven't collected them. And the amount involved is $3,273. Have you? Yes. Have you recovered this amount?
Mr. Chair, if I may ask the Director for Inspectorates to answer the question with your permission. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. There are two properties involved, and we've been able to claim or retrieve 165,000 Kenyan shillings from one of the landlords. But for the second landlord, we've been informed that he's sold the property and it's left the jurisdiction of Kenya. And we've made efforts through the authorities, through the Ministry of Finance, and we still not been able to claim the other ones. And the Mission finds it a bit difficult to claim that, but we'll still make efforts and see if we can collect them. Thank you.
These security deposits, as soon as your rent is due, your rent expires, you collect it before you hand over your keys. Auditors, could you confirm, please?
Honorable Chair, so far 165,000 Kenyan shillings has been collected so far, leaving the rest outstanding.
Yusuf.
Yes, Chairman, I think that the recommendation is clear that in the event that you are unable to recover the money, the head of the chancery be paid. I mean, you should be made to pay the money. So we've just been told that the second owner, I mean the owner of the second property has left the source of Kenya, and that it's difficult to reach out to him. It was as a result of somebody's negligence that this infraction occurred. And so the person should be made to pay. That's what I think should be the case. Chairman, respectfully submitted to you for your final determination.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I believe for the first one, the facts of payments Ministry of Foreign Affairs that the property owner was not available, and if they could help us to get hold of him so that we could at least retrieve the to him, and they are still trying to find him. So the point that I made, that it depends on certain circumstances, is that the man is not available. And the head of chancery arguably has not been negligent in this regard. There were facts, there were matters which are beyond his control. Where the landlord is not available, he's not able to retrieve the amounts. So respectfully, much as I understand the appeal that has been made, it will be difficult for me to understand fully how we could oblige someone to make payments when he's not fully in control of the facts and the circumstances, please.
The property was previously occupied by the mission. And you paid these security deposits.
Yes, please.
Why didn't you ensure that the security deposit is refunded before you hand over the keys to the owner? That is why the issue about negligence comes in. Because I have your key and you owe me. Once you pay me, I'll give you the key back. Yes. But if you hand over the key without receiving your deposit, you are negligent. That is the area that we are coming from. So for you to delay until that person leaves the jurisdiction, in fact, you waited until the property is even sold and the person leaves the jurisdiction. you can't recover that money from that person. So for us to get that money as a country, your negligence will cost you. So we are recommending that for the second property, Dominic Puto, the amount which is $1,500 or 150,000 Kenyan shillings should be refunded by the head of chancery. For the first one, there is recovery being made, so we'll leave that one. Paragraph 1051.
Mr. Chair, if I may just make a last-ditch appeal that we will get
to change the position of the committee. We won't change it.
I yield, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, I'm surprised that the Chief Director is defending this. You are the one who's supposed to recover this. But your appreciation of the whole infraction is what has even brought us here. And so instances like this, let us work together and ensure that wrongdoers, do the right thing. You are the one who's supposed to recover this money. You haven't done that. And now we are saying that let the person pay, and you are defending the person.
Mr. Chair, I think
for the first place, you said he wasn't negligent. And we are proving to you that he was negligent. You have paid a deposit for a reason. And the reason is that it's for security purposes. So that when there are damages to this building or what have you, part of the deposit is used to defray the costs. Is that not the case?
It is.
Now you have kept the premises very, very well. And the owner of the land, the building did not say that you have caused damages to it, so I won't pay you. We haven't seen anything like that. So he was supposed to refund your money to you before you give him the key.
Yes, sir.
But as a result of somebody's negligence, the key was handed over to him. Now he has left the jurisdiction, and we are saying that there's no any negligence.
No,
has
sir.
been established.
Honourable member, I will have ruled on this matter already, so don't belabor the point.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chair, if I may beg your patience, the honourable member just made a point that the Chief Director is not understanding, and I think I do agree with him totally. I think we're on the same page, that we are not arguing whether the money should be recovered or not. And I don't want my position to be misunderstood. I'm only saying that the authorities are still working to locate the gentleman. And so, not that that money should be left, but that we are still working to retrieve it, and we are still trying very hard to retrieve it. So I think if that position could come across, it's not that I'm siding with someone who has done poorly. Not so. Thank you.
Thank you. So this recovery can be made within 1 month. $1,500. It should be made within 1 month.
Yes, Chair.
Paragraph 1051. Double payment of rent. So the auditors noted during the examination of the payment vouchers that rent for the apartment of Mr. Kamasa Kwashi for the month for March 2020 amounting to 177,374 Kenyan shillings was paid twice, leading to an overpayment of 177,374 Kenyan shillings to the landlord. So they provided the details there. So the recommendation is that the Chief Director should ensure that the head of Chancery recovers the overpaid rent from the landlord. Have you been able to recover the amount overpaid?
Mr. Chair, may I, with your permission, invite the Director for Inspectorate to answer this? Thank you very much, Chair.
Mr. Chair, we did further work. The mission did further work and observed that there was actually no double payment, but rather payments for January, February were delayed and paid in March. And then that of March was also paid on the 23rd of March. And we've explained this to the external auditors and they understand the situation. Thank you.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, actually that was what happened.
All right, let's go to New York Mission. Paragraph 1054. Unjustified claims for telephone ceiling. So auditors noted that from November 2019 to January, the mission paid 35 home-based officers a total of $240,103.25 of their telephone ceiling as allowance instead of refund with telephone bills as evidence of usage. The auditors have recommended that the Chief Director should ensure that the amount of $240,103.25 US is recovered from the officers involved and paid into the investment account. So this was paid as an allowance instead of they submitting the telephone bills as a refund. Is that the case? And have you recovered the money from them?
Mr. Chair, if I may request invite the Director for Inspectorate to respond to the subsequent ones on the telephone ceilings. With your permission, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. The officers subsequently provided the invoice and receipts, and we forwarded them to the external auditors for validation. Please, thank you.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, confirm.
Miami Mission, paragraph 1057. Unsupported payments totaling $34,413,107 CFA has not been accounted for. Have you provided evidence of to authenticate the PV, or the money has been refunded?
Mr. Chair, we are following up with a mission to get evidence to that effect.
How soon can you get the evidence on that?
We would hopefully get them by the end of the week, please.
End of what?
This week.
Today is Wednesday.
Yes, AG. Yes. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
All right, so we'll give you up to next week, Wednesday, to give us the feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If you fail to do that, the money should be recovered from them. Paragraph 1059, previous one. So let's move to PRAAD mission. 1061, paragraph. Non-transfer of 65% consular fees. This is similar to the earlier ones. So the head of Chancery should ensure that the outstanding amount is transferred into the investment account. Has the transfer been made?
Mr. Chair, the mission transferred the amount of $103,845.47 into the investment accounts. Evidence has been provided to the audit representative, please.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, $103,845.47 USD has since been transferred.
All right. The same PRAAD mission, paragraph 1064. Is on non-transfer of 5% rent deduction. The amount is 17,687.20 euros. Has this amount been transferred?
Mr. Chair, the amount has been transferred and receipts provided, please.
Auditors, confirmation.
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
Paragraph 1066, Honorable Johnson. Edu.
Chairman, the same issue of compensation amount used for administrative expenses, as you have already established the.
Thank you very much. Washington mission, Washington, D.C. mission, unapproved visa fees. I remember this issue came up before. Single entry, 3 months, $60. Multiple entry, 5 years, $100. The auditors noted from the website of Little Rock, Arkansas. Okay. That the honorary consul charged unapproved additional visa fees totaling $15,870 US. The consular officer disclosed that the honorary consul was asked to stop charging the extra fees, and the directive referred reference was given on 14th January 2022 was issued to that effect. However, the officer was still charging the unapproved fees on his website at the time of the auditor's audit. So they provided the details of that. The recommendation is that the Chief Director should ensure that the Head of Chancery recovers the amount, which is $15,870, from the honorary consul and pay same into the investment account. They also recommended that the Head of Chancery should ensure the honorary consul adjusts the visa fees on the website to reflect the approved charges. You want to find out if that has been done.
Mr. Chair, the situation brought us to the point where we had to terminate the appointment of the honorary consul. Before that, steps were taken by the Head of Chancery to retrieve the amounts for the unapproved fees that were being charged from the honorary consul, but the then honorary consul, including steps taken to report the matter to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to try to secure the assistance and the inspection of the accounts, that they were unapproved and we could not accept that. He disagreed on the grounds that he had also incurred some costs in running the place and so on, so he built that into the costs. It was still something that we disagreed with on the grounds that it was not in compliance with the regulations. And it went on until, long story short, we had to terminate the appointment.
This honorary consul, do you pay them?
No, they are not paid, Mr. Chair. They are not paid on the grounds that they accept the position to perform those functions, those consular functions, because they get some they're able to gain some
recognition,
some recognition and contacts and business deals also from it. So it's their own interest sometimes, and then of course we have to ensure that their interest meets with the national interest before they are given the appointment as honorary consuls. But even before that, their premises are inspected by the relevant missions where they are accredited, and to ensure that the missions, the properties that they are going to put up as consulates, honorary consulates, to provide services for Ghanaians are adequate and that they meet our standards. Where they do not meet our standards, the appointments are not given.
Sir, are you aware that
Yes,
it's
sir.
very difficult to get a Ghanaian visa at the Washington office?
Sorry,
Are you aware
Washington.
that it's very difficult to get a Ghanaian visa from the Washington office?
No, I'm not aware of this. But
please try and find out
yes,
yourself.
Sir. Yes.
Try and find it. It's extremely difficult. In fact, it's easier as an American to travel to England and get a Ghanaian visa from there? Why?
We'll look into it, Mr. Chair.
Look, last year we said the same thing. This honorary consular created even more problems than the last audit. Take the last 3 audits and look at it. This is not a surprise, sir.
So with the consulates, we have regular interactions with our honorary consuls so that we ensure that we keep them in lockstep with the policies that they are supposed to implement, and so that we ensure that the commitment that they have to the welfare of Ghanaians and to the interest of Ghana are complied with. But where they are not, we ensure that we send officers there all the time also to have contact with them to find out what their challenges are and so on. And where they have challenges, we take them on board. We also have training sessions. We had one last year with all the honorary consuls abroad, also to ensure that our interests are preserved. So I don't doubt that there are problems. There will still be challenges, but we are doing our very best to resolve them, and we have done so over the years. We are trying to resolve all the problems.
All right, we'll flag this one and then think about what kind of recommendation we can make on that.
Yes, Chair.
Let's go to the last one, paragraph 10